10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Warlord. 10 seconds remaining.
Back into the game. Small crash, but we'll be able to see the wards placed out. Legion Commander, our offlaner, already placing a nice ward to be able to scout the Chen's rotations here between top and middle. And we're also going to hit against the Emperor, which I imagine matches up very favorable.
Yeah, it should be very, very good for him. I'm liking this troll set. This is one of the new ones. Looks more like Monkey King, or it looks a lot like Monkey King. Having flashback. Yeah. Oh no. It works. When you said it last game, me stupidly like, oh, is it broken? It crashes, so I clicked it, and I didn't crash. But I was just like, why would I click it after Cap just said it crashed? Like, but yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it seems okay.
It's all reactionary, you know. We just hear things and we do things, and you know, it happens. And sometimes,
yeah, but this 1v1 matchup mid is fantastic for troll. We'll likely have to see early help, or just they're gonna have to sack the lane and focus on winning some of these other lanes. CM's not the best hero to kind of sit around the mid lane. You either want to be farming the jungle or perhaps zoning the offlaner a little bit, but staying near for some of those pull camps. So. Not sure how easily they're going to have to deal with this mid matchup. But that's Ember's. I think that's a big reason why Ember has not been getting picked quite as much as it used to, is because laning stage is this hero's one biggest weakness with certain matchups.
Gods, if you could go ahead and do me a favor and tell the Dota TV people they may need to click the audio channel on.
Sure. Since some of you watching in Dota TV, if you can currently not hear Cap, you need to reselect the audio channel. Toggle it off and on, and you should be able to hear him again.
All right, Dazzle's going to be sitting behind Mind Control, who's already feeling Puppy's presence here with the early Satyr. Not much Dazzle can do about that one. The Satyr Tormentor is going to get off a good amount of damage against this Legion Commander. I do like the idea that most of the time Puppy's been like, he'll show up and maybe he'll pick up his level 3 before he even does his rotation, but putting a lot of emphasis on zoning.
Yeah, this looks like this would be a problem lane for Secret if not for Puppy's presence. Like, I look at this 2v2, Dazzle Legion against CM Lifestealer. The melee carry Lifestealer doesn't do well trading hits with the Legion early on, and CM, very low movement speed, bad at fighting early on. They do lose Puppy's creep though. The last hit even going to Mind Control, so that's some decent golden XP picked up by the Liquid dual lane. And Puppy doesn't have best creep to grab. He gets the Mind Stealer. He's going to go for some mana burn play, which is annoying, but this is not really the optimal position to be in as a Chen. You don't want to be like sitting around in this top lane with unable to farm with that mana burn creep. He may fall back and try to find some stacks, but ideally he needs to transition into some items and levels at this point.
Been trying to keep my eye on this mid lane matchup and see how dominant Miracle can be with the Troll over the Ember Spirit, and it does seem to be off to a pretty good start. He's forced Mid-Wan to Shrine already, has a decent number of denies. I think there is a chance for rebuttal when Mid-Wan starts getting the higher levels of Flame Guard, but for now it does seem Troll to be able to win that matchup pretty handedly. What happened to Kezu? Oh dear, Kezu. GH struck again.
Yeah, interesting.
Oh,
and
no.
they flop a Sentry Ward, so they get some vision. They see he's still out there. Not sure. Not sure Sentry's going to do all too much. You'll lose that vision soon enough.
Puppy, he needs to pick up that level 2 and send Kezu home.
Yeah, that's actually probably going to be the play here. The Shrine's there if you need some extra mana to support that, but yeah. Not looking good. GH is just going to linger around. I wonder at some point if you go for the kill, but yeah, Puppy's coming in with his level 2 now.
There's the send back. Not too much time lost for Kezu. It's not the total disaster it could have been without Puppy's influence.
Yeah, imagine if you have a Chen, how long he could be stuck up there. Gotta wait for like a flying courier with TP if none of your teammates can rotate down to bring one.
And the lane's pushing in for him as well, so he'll pick up some experience. Right out the gate. Up his level 3. Later on, this game's going to look kind of nasty for a Lifestealer. They do the Solar Dart Lifestealer bomb against the Lone Druid, which you talked about is a potential way to deal with him, but he's still going to have problems with the Spirit Bear. Then you have the Troll on top of that, who I think is a distinct counter to the Lifestealer, and in some ways, so is Legion Commander.
Yeah, I think they've got a lot of really nice little counter picks, so will be tough for Secret to play around that, but definitely I feel like this early game, like for mid one, especially in the mid lane, has gone a lot better than I expected in this 1v1. I mean, I've never seen a Troll Ember on this current patch, or really even on previous patches all too much in the mid lane, but Ember has managed to pretty much go even on CS, despite the harass and lane potential of the Troll Warlord.
Away, GH, run away.
Don't go near that cliff again, though. He wants Kezu back there. Mind Control level 4. Kuro's now rotated towards mid with his Dazzle, so thinking that there may be some kind of aggressive move coming out soon from Puppy on the Chen. Doesn't seem to be the case right now.
Rotation from GH and Kuro. Is Miracle going to eat his way through these trees to get the surprise initiation? Pops out, gets the axes onto mid one. They kind of need a bash here to ensure this kill, or maybe they don't. Just the right clicks from the supports will do it. But Miracle is going to be caught underneath this tier 1 tower. The last tower shot to finish him off. The CM. He managed to get that counter kill. So 1-for-1 trade off. That's not bad for Secret, considering the way that Troll wins that lane.
Yeah, not too bad. It was the first blood, but even that was picked up by the Rubik, so too bad at all. Rubik going to be getting some decent come because of it, but mid one's instantly back to the lane, going to be getting his level 6 fairly soon. Once he's level 6, there's not really much kill potential onto him unless he like overextends going for a dive of some sort, so definitely good news for that. I like the play from Liquid trying to chew their way through those trees to get that kill. Good play to shut down M1 if you can get him before he hits level 6, but it does somewhat backfire. And they'll be hitting the phase boots on Troll Warlord soon, but as said, they can't really do much more to pressure mid one now that he's about to hit 6.
Yeah, that is something, right? The draft pretty heavily faced against a Lifestealer, but Ember Spirit will have a pretty free game when it comes to his mobility. There's not a whole lot of lockdown from the Liquid side of things. They just have that laning phase matchup, which is favorable, but everything else should be good for mid one. He's really going to have to carry Secret for this game 1.
Yeah, for considering they picked the Ember in the first 2, it's a little surprising how little lockdown Liquid have picked. I mean, they're going to be relying very much on the duel to kind of either lock him down. They've got the telekinesis as well, but it does feel like they may be a bit short-handed as far as dealing with mid one. And well, they're going to have to deal with him now. He's rotating bottom with a haste rune. seems to have been scouted out. There were lines being drawn by Miracle saying, hey, look, this is a very possible rotation. They will see mid one now with the Observer Ward to know that he's coming back mid.
Mind Control's had a free go of it. Picked up his phase boots. Got a good amount of CS for an offlaner, 24 and 1. Compare that to the Slardar. Kedzu only 13 CS. We are going to have a smoke rotation. With that ward, maybe they could have scouted out the fact that, hey, they were playing pretty passive. Looks like there's a ward there. So maybe with this smoke rotation, we can catch Liquid off guard here, thinking that they're safe from further rotations. So they're going to run into GH first. GH has already popped the smoke, sees the rotation now, is going to be caught immediately. Now, Secret not immediately turning for 2. Pylai die a little bit slow there on the Frostbite, is not going to be able to catch Matu on his way back, but that's okay. They've got the presence now in lane, and Matu is probably just going to have to leave.
Yeah, that's the kill which sets you up to push tower. You're looking ideally for the lone druid, but you take the first kill you can get. Interestingly, Lifestealer infesting in is going to scout out this lane, see what's happening there. Goes in with an ensnare. MP
To be able to press the attack, but here comes the chain. The duel on the mid one. Mid one is dropping faster than Mind Control. They will manage to pick up that victory and get the Shallow Grave onto Mind Control. So MP, he's going to be stuck. Gets bursted down. A big hit from GH with the Fade Bolt finishes him off. And now Pylai Die going to be chased down underneath the tower by this bear. He stops the bear up for a moment with a Frostbite, but he's still going to be caught in the end. 3 down from Secret. Nice turn from Liquid.
Yeah, it just feels a bit too aggressive to make that play when you've just got that kill at bottom. You've rotated 3 heroes bottom, kill there, and ideally the follow-up play there for Secret, the safe play is just to pressure bottom tower, which means top lane is vulnerable. So going aggressive top lane as a lifestealer when you're in the vulnerable lane seems a bit counterintuitive, and Liquid doing a very good job to punish it.
Yeah, Mind Control even immediately rotates bottom, and the tower takes almost no shots whatsoever because Mind Control comes in with that level 4 overwhelming odds, and a Chen push just melts like that on that big time nuke. So they defend their tower completely, no chip damage really done. Take the safe lane tower away from Secret. Secret, they seem to be doing okay for themselves in the laning phase, but it all goes wrong with those first rotations.
Yeah. I think mid one felt like he couldn't really stay in this lane. While there isn't much kill threat on him, he also can't easily farm the lane, so he's trying to be that big active playmaker moving around the map. First rotating bottom, then trying to rotate top, and has not found much success this game so far.
There is still the top CS for MP, so that one death does set him back, but he's still going to be decently up there. And that we're sitting 3rd right now. Do really need that armlet, and they do really need the Blink Dagger for Kedzu, and it looks like he is going to be finishing that pretty quickly, so there is still opportunity for Secret to take back control of this game, but it's going to be dependent on that addition.
Yeah, he's not even upgrading to the Tranquil Boots, which I think is important here to get that Blink at the earliest possible timing because of how important it's going to be to find some pickoffs using the Lifestealer. Lifestealer doesn't want to just sit around farming. He's going for the armlet first as well, which is a build you go for when you want to fight around that armlet timing. So we'll likely be seeing that early blink used for good stuff.
GH runs in a mid one, but he does have a
okay.
remnant out.
I'm watching, I'm like, what's his play here? And then, yeah, sure enough, has a good escape.
That is the thing with this this Ember Spirit, the chain chop, and all this magic damage. Rubik's have been picked up quite a bit against Ember Spirit. We're realizing, hey, that magic burst damage that Ember's outputting, it's just as good when Rubik is able to steal, and it serves as a nice escape mechanism.
And later stage, you have some magic resistance in the null field.
Yeah,
so not all too shabby. And as it stands, Liquid have weathered the storm of the early game aggression from the Emissary. He does hit level 9 now. His next big aggression likely to come off that Veil timing. He ideally wants to get it around this Blink, which Kezu's just about got. So 11 minutes in, we'll be seeing, Kezu pick up the Blink Dagger, and we're getting word from MP on the Lifesteal that he's just a little bit short of the armlet, so may not quite be ready to go for that smoke movement until they get the armlet complete.
As a result, from those slower timings, they may end up losing their mid tower. It's into 9 range now. It's that one rotation, right? That top lane fight that they had, it's set Secret back quite a bit because you want that armlet right now. You want to have that Blink Dagger. You want to start making those rotations and try and punish, but fortunately, Secret not ready to go with the timings again. GH just being a thorn in their sides in this mid lane, always pressuring and then jumping out again. The Knight will come out from mid one.
He was trying to see if he could like snipe the tower or something, and mid one wasn't having any of it. But like you say, it's just this constant nuisance that he's applying. He's creating some space elsewhere on the map. The troll is able to farm the bottom lane. The lone druid rotates in the jungle. They're about to hit this timing where they've got Maelstrom with the bonus 200 attack range. So Matu suddenly hits his first timing where he can really join his team and perhaps offer some presence in a fight. Has got the maxed out Rabbit as well, so all that extra attack speed to go with this. But here come Secret. No armlet, but they want to fight. They want to find this lone druid. They see him with the observer, but Matu is very, very fast.
He's sitting in the trees. They placed down another ward just to try and get the vision of Matu to ensure they get this successful gank. Matu's playing back. They've got 3 wards all around this area. Team Matu deep behind his tower.
His bear's going to scat him out in a second.
Bounce back.
Oh, Dire's kind of up top. You see Kuro.
Trying to judge, I think, how many heroes are down here in this bottom lane, and if mid one can catch any of them. If they are top, they are finally finding Matu. They're going to be able to rage out with the amplified damage. Corrosive Haze. It's close, but he gets an entangle. He could have chased him down with the phase boots and gotten that last click, and this is where the timing comes in, gods. If he had the armlet, he's definitely dead there.
Yep. He's had the money since the Infest, just through the gold he's been getting while sitting there, but yep, not having an armlet makes all the world of difference there. Mind Control gets his blink, which allows him to blink TP out just before Kezu finds him in Secret. Waste a lot of time with this first blink pickup. They've had the blink now for a full 2 minutes, and during that 2 minutes, MP has not been farming. Kezu's just not been trying to find kills, and they have not achieved anything at all. They're going to try and resolve things by taking a tier 1 bottom tower, but they could theoretically try and defend it using the overwhelming odds, or they can just look for trades elsewhere on the map, and it seems Roshan is the call. With Battle Trance, they kill this very fast.
Yeah, they've got the Ars armor on the troll to slow down those Roshan hits. Less bashes means more right-clicking time for Miracle. And mid one, we've already said he has to go in big in general in this game, but he has to go in real big right now if he wants to be able to stop this Roshan. He already puts out the Veil, starts going on to Matu, but there's the duel. Mid one in trouble, has no saving grace. Secret, they come in too late. They may just have to give up Roshan now. Kezu picks up the invis, but a counter ward laid down and keep on beating into Roche. Secret infest in, try and find an opening with the invis as they wrap around, but it's just not going to happen. 5-2 now with Liquid holding a large lead, not just Aegis, but a 3,500 gold lead and about the same in experience.
Yeah, they just catch Secret off guard. Secret's like, well, our ganks haven't worked bottom lane, let's take a tower. But the second they show themselves coming to the tier 1, Liquid's in the pit, killing that in no time at all. And, well, they'll try and turn that Roche into further clashes or objectives now. Mind Control is ready to go with another duel in 3 seconds' time. And is being pinged out, and this Lifestealer may just die here.
Oh, he's thinking, I've got a little bit of farming time, but Liquid are too fast. They catch him. They're even going to be able to kill him by the duel time, so we get now 34 extra damage on Mind Control. He is going to be that third core. Sometimes you see Legion Commanders, and with this kind of lineup, you might expect Secret to be able to take the early game, duels not being found, and Legion Commander looking like a relatively weak third core, but with this kind of progression on Liquid, all 3 cores are going to be nicely farmed and have a lot of damage output.
Yeah, the Battle Trance in the duel gives Mind Control so much right-click potential, and yeah, 34 duel damage already makes a big, big difference for his damage output. He's got solo kill potential on most of these, even the core heroes, like the Ember, the Lifesteal, the Slaughter. Theoretically, with a Battle Trance, he can kill them on his own almost. Perhaps just like one Blade Mail or Armlet away from being able to do so.
Yeah, I think if it was a weaker game, maybe the Blade Mail would be necessary, but this game, he's far enough ahead, he's going to go for the Armlet, and that'll make that Battle Trance even better. Once he has that Armlet, I think you're absolutely on the money. He can solo any core at that point.
For Secret, the answer's got to come from finding some pickoffs here. They do not want to necessarily scale late with a Lifesteal. The Ember is not going to be farming well enough. They're being out-farmed, they're being out-picked off, and they need to find some kind of engagement here. Mid one is swooping in behind, smoked up.
Still waiting on the Lifestealer. They pick him up with the smoked up Slardar, and they're going to come in
Weave's
from
already
behind.
prepped, though.
They're going to be able to see Kuro, and that's going to be an excellent first pick, but the press the attack is already removed, and Kuro manages to get the Shallow Grave off on himself, and now Liquid, well, maybe Miracle? No, he pops the Battle Trance, turns and fights NP. NP can't actually fight that one out anymore. Mid one, he's going to be caught inside the Entangle, unable to get out. Miracle hit by the Frostbite, but again, that's still an Aegis hero, so they can't finish him off. They can't get that one pick off that would give them those numbers advantage. So Liquid keep on pushing forward. They take the tier 2, get Ember Spirit, another smoke gank, gone.
That was the worst possible timing. The weave wore off like 2 seconds after that fight ended. We wore off. So everyone had plus 16 to 18 armor on the Liquid side through the weave. That was the worst possible time to try to get kills with Slider Lifesteal. The Ember did some good magic damage, but there was no other source of damage. And 17 minutes, Liquid on the high ground. Oh boy.
Stun out instantly, double blinked on into Kezu. Mind Control gets control, but there's still the Miracle damage. They'll get the win. Trading creeps back and forth. The Helma Dominator and the Chen get a Frostbite onto the Spirit Bear, trying to deal with that sieging hero. Might just be able to kill it and get that 300 gold. Press the attack onto the Spirit Bear. Not going to be enough to save it. Matu takes a chunk of damage in return, but a nice turnaround. What a crush! GH showing Kezu how it's done. Gets a double crush out, and now Secret, it's just MP and mid one. They have buybacks, but who the hell wants to use it this early on into the game? 18 minutes. Mind Control going to be slowed down now. Press the attack, removed one disable, but won't move the other, but they have to deal with Miracle. He's dealing with the melee Raxes and is still getting out. Another crush out from GH God with a huge nuke over the top. Legion Commander finished one off. MP drops low. Miracle still has this Aegis. They're putting everything they have to finish him off, but they can't quite do it. He bounces back once again, gets a little bit more chip damage on the range Raxes, but Kuro says, we're done, guys. A successful push. Let's not push our luck as well. 11-2, 18 minutes in, and melee Rax gone. Liquid are way ahead now.
That was like such a good timing. Normally you see teams focus on getting all the outer towers around that first Aegis. If you can get it like 15 minutes into the game, you're not thinking high ground. But Liquid look at their lineup, they're like, we've got a lone Druid, Spirit Bear, maxed out Rabbit, can actually break down buildings very fast. On top of that, you've got this Troll with Aegis, Battle Trance. They actually threaten the high ground, and Lifestealer, Slardar are not really ready to fight. They want to play this pick-off style of Dota, but when Liquid are grouping as 5, forcing down a lane, all 5 heroes weaved up, this Slardar Lifestealer duo is being entirely mitigated. They can't do anything. They can't engage without just getting punished. The second Kezu goes in, he's getting jeweled up, picked off, and any hero you go on is getting graved. If you go on Kuro, he's staying alive. He's got a Solar Crest now. This Solar Crest is going to make Secret's life even more difficult.
Yeah, there's initiation, as we saw from the mid lane. It's hard. It's not so simple, right? You can't just jump on the Dazzle and expect good results. Not only tanky, he's got that press the attack, the other saving mechanism of Team Liquid to be able to help out that healer. So it seems like at this point, Secret can do nothing but just farm, and Liquid are free to just ravage towers one after the other.
They're going high ground.
Druid and a Troll. They take tier 1, tier 2, and now push for tier 3 all in the space of about 30 seconds.
Another weave. You don't really want to fight in the next 5-6 seconds because of this weave, but ideally you engage as the weave wears off, and gonna perhaps be the timing. The Scan sees this smoke rotations. They know exactly what's coming their way. Mind Control could look for the jewel. High ground ward does favor Secret though.
But they get the Cat Award now on it.
And they can go back in if they want, or they can look to just fall back, take out some shrines, get some map control. They're not in a rush necessarily. They can wait for that second Roche timing, but similarly, they also know Secret wants space to farm. They need more items. They need a blink and some on mid one. They need the Desolator on the Lifestealer. It really feels like Secret are just hoping for some breathing room to get a couple of items, and I think Liquid are just going to keep pressing forward to not give them that breathing room.
All right, here's the setup again. They're going to defensively weave, then they go high ground. They're going to start beating on the tower to have that battle trance, and that's going to be the exact time that Secret don't want to fight. As you said, the build up on weave. But what else do they have? Like, they can't just let Miracle beat on these buildings with battle trance the whole entire time. Attempting to initiate now as the weave starts going down. They're going to Mind Control. He still has some more armor, plus the Solar Crest, the toss back by Kezu, and they get the AoE control. Miracle, now they manage to get a duel onto MP. Miracle help Mind Control claim that kill, as well as Puppey up next. The buybacks start flowing in, but they haven't managed to kill any of the backline heroes. Mid one's going for Matu, but Puppey's already called it. GG. Secret They just get demolished in game one. Liquid look incredibly strong.
That was such a good draft execution from Liquid. Like, they dominated with that Troll Lone Druid. I feel like this is a strat like they used in the scrim once. They're like, holy crap, this is good. We got to try this out. This is going to win us a game. And with how fast tempo you can play, normally you think this new ranged Lone Druid is more of like the late game, but this could have been like a standard Lone Druid build. It was more about like the Spirit Bear was just as important as the hero was in some ways, with its ability to just help with those high ground pushes, the dazzle with the weave, completely negating the potency of that Slider Life Sealer. Everything about this Lick draft just came together perfectly and countered everything that Secret could.
The surprise troll pickup for Team Liquid.
Team Secrets turn to ban. Liquids turn to ban. Team Secrets turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquids turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Secrets turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slaughter.
Liquids turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Team Secrets turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining.
Weaver.
Liquids turn to ban. Seconds remaining. Team secrets turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquids turn to ban. Team secrets turn to ban. Liquids turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Team secrets turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Disruptor.
Liquids turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Lina. Team secrets Secrets turn to pick.
Dark Seer.
Liquids turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining. Team Secrets turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Team Secrets turn to pick.
Queen of Pain.
Liquids turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 5 seconds remaining.
Ember Spirit. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
Blue push out. Wards. Control is actually going to block the hard camp.
Okay.
This is a rather common ward, which may still be countered. Potential rotations. Disruptor's not going to be needed in lane all the time. That is one advantage of having a Weaver against a Bat Rider. So he is going to be... Who knows? Maybe... And even gank up the mid lane pre-level 6. All important, trying to keep that Ember Spirit down before he gets his remnants. But he is going to have a lot of backup, right? You've got GH, the Wisp, who's going to be able to help the laning phase offense that is coming out from Secret, help give them on the side of Liquid a little bit more assist.
Yeah, mid lane rotations. Perhaps Puppy's will be the one who could theoretically look for that around like his level 3. Smoke up and go try and catch him by surprise if you've got like a level 5 Queen of Pain, but Disruptor is likely going to be kept busy by this Bat Rider because Bat has a lot of regen, very laning-oriented items, and he's going to be looking to contest the lane for the time being. No one going for any aggressive bounty room plays. It looks like we will just be seeing a pretty standard setup from both teams.
Both supports trying to block out the mid lane to give Midwan the best opportunity. He can the creep wave on his side of the hill against a melee hero. He can really like that little bit of a bump. Both supports are going to smoke up now. Oin Kezu in the bottom lane. See if they can get a quick kill. Get the first blood for Kezu and also get him level 2, which is also quite important, particularly against Luna lane.
GH not here. He's walking back to pick up his bottle or something. I imagine this could be disaster for Liquid's tri lane to start things off.
This lovely path does go all the way down and around, but they just pinged it on the side of Liquid. Batrider maybe gave the info that there's nobody here at the top lane, so...
You also expect Slider's going to be bottom with Dark, so you don't expect him to necessarily be hidden. And similarly with the Disruptor, you expect him to be showing top and trying to zone mind control, so it's really unconventional to have both supports missing, and I feel like we're at that point where teams have seen this level 1, both supports hiding in the trees enough that they're somewhat wizened up to it. With that said, they are still there and hoping for something to turn up.
You know, if they're really clever gods, the first wave should give you level 2 on Darkseer. That didn't happen because he had his split experience with the support sitting on the side here, so they may have also noticed that little fact. Oh.
Yep, that's a good point.
Just going to be farming the neutral, staying away from this spot, and Puppey and Bylai are still there. They're still waiting for their opportunity. I'm not sure if Liquid's going to give it to them ever.
This is starting to become a lot of wasted time for them. At this point, it should be very apparent that these heroes are going for some kind of shenanigans. Miracle's playing up the lane, so he's basically accepted his fate. Like, if they smoke gank him, he's just saying, alright, I'm dead. Like, there's no escape for him if he's getting smoke wrapped on, but it seems they were well aware that they were in this bottom lane because Slider has now left the lane, going for the bounty room, which isn't even there, and will have to back off to his own bounty room, potentially, if he wants to catch up on some experience and farm.
Idwan trying to finish him off. He does have a fresh Shadow Strike, and here comes the Wisp, the turnaround, the tether. We've seen it before. That'll be first blood for Miracle.
Yeah, went for the early Sleight of Fist value point to try dodge Shadow Strike, although it looked like he'd been hit by it regardless, so really missed time. Didn't see what happened there, but the turnaround does happen, and that is a lane you're meant to win as Queen, and one overextension, suddenly it's going slightly the Ember's way.
Highlight Eye and Puppey, what you up to, buddies? They're kind of sitting around in this jungle area, hanging about. Looks like Disruptor is going to try Solar Illusion, push back the Wisp from being able to stack camp.
At this point, Matu's actually the top CSer. He's had 3 heroes down in his lane for like the entire first 3 minutes, yet is still top CS. Obviously, those heroes were hiding and hoping for a kill, but that is worrying for Secret.
You gonna jump for it? Nah, he decides against it. He might be able to kill GH, but very likely die to Miracle as a return, so that's not worth it. They wait for a separation, get a Thunderstrike on a GH. He's so low, but the bottle will keep him alive. Pylai Die just sticks around in lane. Right-clicks Miracle.
They're sharing bottle charges now. Yeah, Miracle's bottling up GH. Puppey's trying to come in from behind, but constant bottles. Miracle doesn't have his Searing Chains anymore, and he's actually in trouble.
Sleight of Fist! What a dodge from Miracle! Puppey misses the crush that was necessary for them to be able to stop this pursuit. Now Miracle might be able to get it. Chains, high ground, Wisp balls, they got him. Puppey dies.
Play. I love that buyback too from GH. He knows he can come back in with bottle charges to turn this one around. Mid one, you got to be careful, my friend. Luckily gets the Arcane Rune. That saves his life. That was an insane play from him. I don't know about that, but the fast fingers at least get him the rune, and he gets out of there okay.
Playing some high-risk, high-reward mid-plays right now between these two teams. Very aggressive in each other's face, but it is coming out to the favor of Liquid so far, 2-1, thanks large part Miracle surviving. That Sleight of Fist play. Top lane, we haven't talked about it too much. MP versus Mind Control. We said Weaver can deal with this 1v1 better than most other heroes, and see the resulting CS 25-4 compared to the 15-1 of the.
Yeah, there's nothing back can do to zone a Weaver. Like, he gets Magic Wand, and you've got to use Napalm because otherwise you're not really able to farm in this lane as a bat outside of Fire flying down lane. So you basically accept the fact you're going to give Weaver a permanent 17-1 charges, but the result is at least Mind Control. Getting some alright farm himself, has 17, 18 CS in this lane, so I think both sides getting what they want out of this lane for the time being.
As he's working towards, he does actually pick up early boots here, so we won't have the immediate mech. Soul Ring boot. Level 6 finally picked up our Amber Spirit mid, so Miracle won't need that helping hand from GH as much anymore, which is why he's top lane. Dead give the...
Puppy's gonna try bring some wards top. I believe they're kind of fed up with Mind Control getting all this free XP and farm, and they want to contest it. Fire scan. We'll spot Mind Control walking back through, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to find this kill. He's now got Flaming Lasso as well, so rotation potential is there for the Bat Rider. But it seems for now he's happy just to keep farming it up in his jungle, look for that fast Blink Dagger.
You know, I have praised Secret multiple times for Puppy and his rotations. Nice chains from Miracle, but unfortunately that will not grant him the 6-minute rune. It's bad.
Nope. Double damage as well. Not going to be able to get bottled up for now by mid one. He's bottled back on the career.
You know, Puppy always finds a way. You know, his rotations in the laning phase, I think, are very often a key to success for Secret. And Liquid have completely shut him and the Disruptor out this.
Yeah, I feel like Puppy has been in some ways the early game MVP for Secret in all their games so far. He's been able to get so much done with early pickoffs for him and his team, and this is the first game where the first series where it feels like a team has figured him out, like watched his movements, figured out where he likes to play, and just made all the right reads, because Puppy has been completely neutered, and we have not seen any success out of him. He's fairly low level now as a result. He's really only had some bounty runes here and there to kind of pick up his farm and experience growth. And over on the Radiant side, like the IO's got more than him. GH is level 4.5 and working on a decent bit of CS as well. So this is concerning for Secret. This Slaughter is currently not looking like he's going to have a particularly well-timed Blink Dagger.
On the Dominator picked up by the Luna. I was checking for Satyr camps. He does pick up that Helmadom on the career.
Yeah.
If he can grab that Purge creep, much like we saw from Necrophos in our...
Yep. There's one not too far away from him if he wants to go venturing out there. Level 7 now with an Eclipse, so yeah, he's holding onto a TP ready to rotate. May see a smoke rotation early with him. Problem is, against the Darkseer, it becomes very obvious if you rotate off the lane, because the lane's always pushing with Iron Shell, so... You can't go missing too long. Matu checks a couple of camps, doesn't find a Satyr, and he actually scouts it with the... Oh, the crew was heading mid anyways, but if he was... I thought for a second he was using that to scout, but he may have seen the Satyrs there if he wants it.
Matu trying to get a kill here. He's got the Eclipse hitting high ground. He's going to pop it here. One of the Eclipses does hit the bird, but it doesn't matter. He's got enough to be able to finish off the Darkseer. That came as complete surprise to Kezu.
Oh man, he was going for the bird as well, Cap. That's the efficiency play.
Yeah, that's what it is. Matu, maximum farm, baby.
Yeah, nice use of the Eclipse. Often you see a rotation, but getting a solo kill on a barely farmed Darkseer at this point is well worth it, and just means he's going to now spend the next couple minutes farming more so than rotating with his team.
Even better, gods. That camp is now going to have a fresh wave at 9 minutes. Better chance for the Satyr. Anything else you think he'd consider other than a Satyr at this point? Like, if he found, like, alright, I'll take that instead, like a Centaur or a Frost Mage or anything? Maybe it's possible, like, the Hellbear Smasher. I think it's the highest damage dealing nuke besides the problem with the Satyr. You want either one of the Satyrs, right? Would also be the big Satyr that would also nuke. Maybe that Hellbear. It's tanky and it also does a good amount of damage with its... He's taken the alcoholic Kobold Foreman with him. All right. I always like to see that movement speed is insane. Yeah, it's pretty nice when you get it early on. It can be a big difference maker. So right now it feels like not a whole lot happening in this lane stage, which is mid lane. Miracle gets a bit aggressive, but that's good news for Liquid. Like, I feel like their lineup is the one that wants to have a fairly quiet laning stage if possible. No kills for the Darkseer Slaughter duo. Queen of Pain not dominating her lane. A quiet laning stage is a good one for Liquid. Absolutely. Atu's farming away. Miracle is actually going to pick up the treads before early Veil Discord. But his timing, all these timings for the core, right, are more around 15 minutes. especially the Bat Rider, who will actually have that Blink Dagger before 15, as it looks like that Glimpse is not going to be effective enough, but maybe the Kinetic Field holding him in. He is over the cliff here, but he's got bugs on him. They are going to have to relocate in. They're going to be able to catch Pylai Die. DH with a level 6 before 10 minutes, maybe catches Secret by surprise.
Yeah, that was good relocate. Very, yeah, like you said, very early level 6 on the IO being the big thing there. Luna even TPing in to shore up that rotation as well. Leaves Kuro down bottom to get a bit of farm, get some levels himself, get his own level 6. And he gets given the trust of the Kobold to help assist him down there. But top lane, back comes Team Secret, but this just doesn't feel like they can do a whole lot to Matu. He's tanky enough, he has some good early game farm and can't really be dealt with all too easily. This is dangerous now. We're entering the stage of the game where Mind Control's going to have a very early blink, and as far as Secret's blink go, the Slatter, it's a long ways off, so this game, at least as far as initiation advantage goes, is going to heavily favor Liquid. Now they're at a stage where they can use their smokes. That's all Miracle really wants, is a teammate who can initiate for him so he can follow it up, dump all his damage in, and imagine we'll see Liquid start getting very aggressive in the next 3 to 4 minutes.
Ooh, that's an early Static Storm, but not quite close enough. Maybe he didn't feel comfortable laying it down. But
yeah, I think if Puppey timed the crush perfectly, he would have followed it up on the crush, but without a crush, it was a bit challenging.
Secret, thanks in part to the Tome, they do have that critical level 6. That was part of the problem, right? Once that laning phase, the first couple of rotations don't work out for Puppey and Pi, then you have a low level. Oh god, mid one runs right into it, Eclipse with the mini stun of the Moonbeam itself, the Lucid use. He manages to quickly execute the Queen of Pain. What a big pickup for Matu.
Yeah. And Mind Control farmed an Ancient Stack. I realize you can do damage to Ancients now, but I did not ever really consider, like, oh, Bat Rider, Ancient Stack. Sure, he got like 8 or 9 Napalm stacks and took out a nice little stack of Ancients there, so he's now got his Blink Dagger and some on top of that. It's level 10, so this Bat Rider going to be a scary force at this stage of the game. All 3 Liquid cores have good farm and have hit timings they want for their item pickups, so dangerous times for Secret, who, if this was like a passive lane stage where they were at least like playing a farming efficiency game where like Puppey was level 6, close to his Blink Dagger, you'd be like, alright, they're going to get like a 13-14 minute blink, but Puppey's only not even halfway to his Blink Dagger.
Is there something about the Disruptor that makes the Blink Dagger more important for the Ember Spirit? Because he's not going Veil. I was trying to figure out, is it because Mind Control is going to go Veil? Because Veil's mega value. It's not just Ember, but it's Bat Rider as well.
Yeah. I mean, it does give you that ability to just blink on top of Disruptor, blow him up, but typically, yeah, I'm totally as confounded as you are by this one, where I guess you're just so used to seeing the cookie cutter build that you just don't expect something a bit different, and this blink in some ways allows you to be more aggressive, because you can just constantly blink Searing Chains in and have the remnants to escape.
Speaking Napalm, they do have the relocate coming in from GH and Miracle. They throw the first little bit of nuke. Static Storm catches some, but the Kinetic Field's going to be stopped. Kuro managed to get the telekinesis and a good crush following that up, but now they actually managed to get a really good Sonic Wave that hits multiple heroes, but it just doesn't seem to be enough for Secret to fully win the fight. Maybe with a relocate back, though, they can kill Matu. No, he gets a TP away as well. They trade 1 for 2 unless they can get Mind Control. Yeah. So that'll be a 2 for 2. GH, don't make it 2 for 3, or maybe 3 for 3. Almost gets Puppey. The balls, it's not good enough. All right, 2 for 3 in the end, to the favor of Secret.
Yeah, a really good job bursting down Miracle there. He was in a very dangerous position to just destroy that fight with a haste room, but that one Slatter crush was all they needed to throw all the damage they had on him, including the Sonic Wave. And if they don't burst down Miracle there, he's able to like come in and out of the fight, perhaps bottle up, use his wand, and get multiple Searing Chains off. Even a 200 HP Ember who's still alive can have an impact on a fight because of that haste room mobility. So very good defensively played team fight by Secret. For Liquid, didn't get a chance to get any Eclipse off. I think it was still on cooldown from the previous one, and that was a big missing factor for them. But the biggest thing was they missed the initiation. Bat Rider didn't get that clean blink lasso off. They relocated in almost expecting that lasso to have gone off, but he just slightly misplaced it, and result is Team Secret win their first clash of the game.
Your 1 tower is going to fall as a result. Attempted to deny here from mid 1. Does catch it. Miracle still sitting with his Is trying to
Oh,
find
there's
that
a
pick off.
lasso.
They're going to find it on MP. There goes the lasso. They're going to follow up with the chains, but MP does get off the time lapse. They threw down the ultimate there from Matu as well, just to try and get that burst damage necessary to kill MP. But they didn't really have the controlling abilities. Telekinesis wasn't there. Speaking of telekinesis, Curl's going to be pulled back. Nice vacuum turnaround there with the telekinesis. Does a decent amount of control and damage, but nothing Liquid want to fight into.
Yeah, they fumbled that one on MP. They threw an Eclipse. They threw the triple Fire Remnant. They really went all out to try to get that kill, but they needed the full-up Disable more than they needed those spells to be used. Kuro was just out of range with his rotation in for a Telekinesis. Doesn't have the gap-closing capabilities of an Ember or a Batrider, so they couldn't quite follow it up, and slightly misjudged, as Liquid will have to go back to the drawing board, wait for some of those cooldowns to come back up. A good sequence of plays gives Team Secret nice little second wind here, as MP is proven to be very effective on the Weaver. This has given Puppey room to try and finish off his Blink Dagger now, up to 2k gold. He's just a camp or two away from finishing this off.
That is be a big difference for Secret. This whole entire time they've been operating without any really hard initiation. They've just responding to Liquid's aggression. Now they can finally retain control. Miracle did change up his build. He's going to go for Lincolns now instead to help deal with that glimpse. I think I might be totally wrong here. I think you can actually blink as you get glimpse back into the static storm. I think there's like a quarter of a second where you can blink before the damage. Maybe that was the idea of Miracle, as well as the offensive abilities. Vacuum back into the wall. Mid one will have, thanks in part to the Arcane Root, the opportunity. And 7-5, no.
Yeah, they get the tower top, but it's back.
Static field, not going to be able to grab Curl. He'll run to the safety of Matu.
I think Liquid just happy to perhaps play around more the farming game now. Matu's continue to accelerate his own item progression, and Weaver is not really the biggest threat to a Luna in the late game, so this feels like a pretty good lane game for Matu just to outfarm everyone and not really be contested too much in the late game. Does have to worry a bit about the Darkseid wall, since those illusions will hurt him and his team. But outside of that, it does feel like this is a game where Luna is going to scale better than most of the other cores around. Puppey with his blink. Gets
stuck
Miracle.
inside the static storm. Secret Bull a lot to make sure that Ember Spirit does die, but they know, especially mid one, quite familiar with the way that hero can snowball. Well worth the kill. They're going to be able to find more too.
+1.
GH gets caught on the side of the trees. Good blink in from Puppey. M would seem to now struggle against Secret. They were doing fine in the laning phase, but now we start getting into the second phase where Blink Dagger is up on Puppey. Things are beginning to almost finished up, working towards Manta on MP, so not the early Diffuse Blade, not the early Desolator either. That Manta is a nice quick reaction spell. We've seen Lincolns usually being picked up against the Batrider, but it seems MP feels comfortable going for the quick Manta usage. Oh, never mind. There's Lincolns. Who was I clicked on? I clicked on the right
on
hero?
the Luna?
Jesus, alright, maybe it was.
It's early. I don't know.
Zed. What is Zed?
Zed? That's random team name from WESG qualifiers. But yeah, so what are things looking like now? So as it stands, Luna's still top of the net worth, but I think Secret are going to be continuing to look for fights. They've got this Blink Dagger up, they've got Smoke ready to go as well. Perhaps they wait for MP to finish his Lincoln Sphere, but I feel like if you're the aggressors, you're the one getting the jump. That Lincoln's isn't necessarily the biggest deal. You shouldn't have to wait around for it. They'd love to win a fight, get a pick off, and then try and use this Slaughter Weaver to take an early Roshan.
Also got the Blink Dagger coming in on Darkseer. With that combination, if they can get it, vacuum into Blink Crush from Puppey, that might be worth waiting for.
Mid one gets a Yule Scepter for himself, so he's got a nice setup, also a nice defensive tool if he blinks in aggressively and there's like an Eclipse or a Searing Chains on him and he just needs to buy himself some time for that blink to come back up, so Does feel like Secret are just about ready to go, and there's the 4-man smoke. They show mid 1 mid. Yeah, a little bit less obvious what is going on, and we'll see if this loop around. They'll be bypassing Observer Ward, so this could catch Liquid by surprise.
Bit of subterfuge for Secret. Wrap it around from the side here. Trying to make their long way into this mid lane. Kuro and GH are positioned accordingly, though.
They have scanned it too. They have a pretty good idea of where Liquid are, but they also know that they haven't got the best approach onto this one. Martu in the front is very tanky here. He's got 900 HP. Doesn't quite get on top of them. Now he will.
Yeah, he has that nighttime vision. Secret's been spotted. They're going to glimpse back thanks to the ward. Send back the Bat Rider. Secret now away from that ward. Still holding their 5-man group here, but Liquid are not going to push it. Bit too dangerous there. As a whole, Liquid have dodged the threat quite nicely and can return to farming, right? They don't need to try and force a fight.
Oh yeah, again, to go back to the draft, this is where Secret don't really shine, is being able to push. They can't just say, okay, our smoke failed, but now we have 5 heroes bot. Typically, you go for that, you know you're the team who's like in a slightly better position, ready to fight now, which is kind of Secret with the Lincolns on Weaver and the Blink initiation. If you 5-man smoke to the enemy side of the map, you don't find a kill, you take the tower, but their draft doesn't push in timely fashion. They'd be giving up probably Roshan if they go for that bottom lane. So at this stage, pushing the bottom side of the map is not really worth it for Secret because of that Rosh trade, or even just trading for farm elsewhere on the map. It's going to be a losing exchange for them.
Darkseer. Miracle is so close to his lane too.
Seen an early gem pickup by Kuro. Definitely one of the players and captains who really likes to prioritize getting a gem earlier than other teams, but we'll see what he can make from this one.
Keep their tier 1 alive. Not going to be able to defend that one. Secret and it now rotating top mid 1.
He's out of there.
Hoping to be able to set up some sort of Yule Scepter play with the Spec Storm, but Miracle rather, excuse me, playing it safe. And, you know, why wouldn't he? Honestly, Liquid's getting all the farm they need right now. Matu is able to make the most out of the jungle more than any other hero in this game, so he's finishing up that Manta, which will allow him to push down lanes again with very little commitment from Liquid, and that's one of the beauties of Ember and Luna on the same team. Ember pushes out these lanes with, you know, very little to fear for the most part, thanks to it. Luna, with a wisp behind him, could do similar with just the illusions or just the hero with the relocate.
Yeah. The Lincoln still does not protect him against that Slider Disruptor duo. Like the Blink Crush and the Static Storm will still be able to take Miracle down when he's split pushing, so we'll still have to play fairly cautiously around this item pickup, but does make it a bit harder for Secret to engage on him. Will definitely deter Quap from going for any kind of awkward build, and it looks like Quap is thinking Lincolns as well. Try and take the Bat Rider out of the game. If you get Lincolns on 2 out of these 3 cores, Darkseer I doubt will get one as well, but just having the double Lincolns on the 2 main carries for Secret make it very difficult for the Bat Rider to engage. There isn't really the best way of breaking those Lincolns, like Martu on the front lines with a Lucent Beam, but they haven't got the best access to it. There we go, mid.
Crush, Lincoln's broken as well. The Static Storm holding in Miracle. He can't make it out of here. Liquid will leave him to die. Maybe, with an opening like that, Secret can take that mid-tier 1 finally.
Yeah, the Rosh is the other objective they'd like to go for, perhaps, but this mid-tier 1 is, like, I don't know if you're going to get a better chance to take it. He's still Shikuchi, which is annoying, and Puppy's in a pretty good position here if he doesn't get caught out and blown up to start things off, and that seems to be Mind Control's idea. Take out the opposing team's initiator if possible. MP's got a Lincoln's. If you can get Slider or something, or perhaps a Queen of Pain.
Oh, mid 1. He gets a little bit too far forward. They try and give him the Lincolns, but it's not going to stop that AoE damage. But a nice vacuum crush. Turn things around. Maybe the relocate out. GH does manage to save Kuro's life there. Matu is going to be chased down by MP, attempting to go for the kill before the time lapse, but it's not good enough. The physical damage isn't there. Kuro can't finish off Puppy. A glimpse backwards again now. GH from when he originally started here with Mind Control in tow. They're going to try and chase MP.
Okay. That's back.
Still has the blink forward and the gem. Flame break.
That's going to do a lot of damage. Is that going to kill him? The 1 charges are there. That's one more tick. 20 HP.
Wow. If any of the spirit balls.
Yeah. That 1 charge just saved his life there. Dang. Nice attempt from Mind Control and a great team fight from Liquid, punishing mid-one's positioning there. He went in way too aggressively there, perhaps just thinking because they'd killed the Ember Spirit, there's no way that Liquid's going to defend it. But when you get gifted a kill like that, you sure as hell will fight into that one. The big thing there is Matu makes sure he gets the Eclipse off before the counter initiation comes. The second the last is off, he's using that Eclipse because he knows Darkseer Slaughter are going to be using that Vacuum Crush combo to try and counter initiate to keep the Queen of Pain alive. So very quick burst damage coming out from Liquid, punishing mid-one.
Mid-one's trying to work on a Linken's of his own, but Dual Scepter not served to help him. That engagement 9-9, 25 minutes in. Liquid are beginning to bounce back with this farming time in that team fight. Small experience. Now, the bigger danger is talked about the lack of pushing power from Team Secret. They aren't managing to make these team fights work, which means they don't hold a whole lot of map control like onto at this a very early mid-game aggressive lineup like this. Wanted to be able to take that tier 1 and it's still quite healthy for Liquid to play around.
Yeah, and not being able to take Roshan is probably something also that they were hoping for this draft of theirs. And yeah, tier 1 tower standing, Roche untouched 26 minutes in with a Slaughter Weaver. Things have not gone according to plan for Secret, but they also haven't gone disastrously either. They've managed to at least be in the more dominant force in the mid-game, but that remained the case. Mid-1 is being hunted down here.
Oh, he doesn't get off the Yule Scepter on himself, so Mind Control can get the lasso first.
Highlight
Miracle,
die.
he's going to jump for more. Pilot Die's going to have to send him back with a glimpse. No, he actually just goes to the Static Storm, giving up his life for it, but maybe his team can punish, but the relocate out is there. Now Matu actually pops the Eclipse as MP poked his head out, tried to hit on Kuro a little bit, but Matu says, no.
That's support. Very problematic fight to lose for Secret because Liquid's now in position at the high ground to take the tier 2 tower. They probably don't have enough time to threaten high ground. They may fall back to go for Roche, although they haven't got the best damage to kill it. But with 30 seconds on Queen of Pain, 20 on the Disruptor Slaughter, there may be just enough time for them to get Roche if they're fast. We'll see what Liquid think about it. Now they are just lingering around this area of the map. And yeah, those respawn time is getting shorter and shorter, but they are going to start getting into the pit to go for it.
There's no denying that Liquid are making the right kind of reads and rotations and stuff like that, but it does seem like Mid-1 is having a bit of an off game, or we've been reliably watching him dominate games for Secret and be whether it's a big tempo controller or a late game carry for them. Here he is struggling on the Queen to have a heavier impact.
Yeah.
So far, 16,000 net worth on Matu right.
He's huge. Nice remnant dodge from Miracle. Gets away from the Blink Crush. He had his Lincolns down as well, so that was a dangerous timing. And Miracle is just zoning them while the team go for Roshan. He's just positioning himself very aggressive, using the Sleight of Fist Searing Chains, and he creates the space for Matu to finish off Roshan. And it's now a level 20 Luna, an Aegis BKB, ready to start pushing down all these outer towers. Mid-1 does finally manage to complete his Lincoln Sphere, but it's at a timing where you don't want to fight. I feel like if he'd not had those couple of deaths in a row, he would have had this Lincolns 2 or 3 minutes ago when Secret was strong, and potentially that first fight goes Secret's way because of a Lincolns, and then it's them getting rushed and them getting a couple of towers. So those two pickers on Mid-1, you mentioned he's not having the best game. They're really, really hurtful for Secret's overall game plan here, losing him like that.
4-man smoke up into the dire jungle while Miracle is pushing out bottom, but pushing it out in a very safe area, hiding in the trees. You got to jump back to mid lane. MP shows himself. Maybe Liquid feels like they need Ember Spirit for this push, but Madama Man's just going to be able to take it. Keep going here with this Aegis. Very early high ground push. I expected it last game because it seemed like they were in such a dominant position. They might as well. But here, threatening high ground with this Aegis a little faster than I expected.
Be lucky not to get caught there. A fishing Sleight of Fist happened to hit him there, and he did not have buyback. If he went down, that would have been the initiation gone. But the slow, steady tier 3 tower going down. Once his tower's gone, the Raxes almost inevitably will fall because of the bouncing glaives, and that looks like exactly where we're headed. This is looking more and more difficult to engage into.
Mind Control tries to counter the initiation from Puppey, but maybe it's better he didn't. Miracle needs the help. They get a GH relocated out just in time. And as you said, Gods, that 10% HP Ember Spirit can still do a lot for them. So Miracle He may be out, he may be low, 700 HP right now, but he
They've
can
got a
still
mech
have a
too.
large impact.
GH is low enough that they can just perhaps share some of that regen. He's also got the urn charges. Oh,
He
Puppy.
gets off before he can initiate. He's knocked in by the Searing Chains. Is MP going to be able to catch GH God before the time lapse? Oh, Curl! He forced staffed in, managed to get a cut, but what a vacuum from Kezu. It doesn't save MP, though. MP couldn't get off the ability. They do have the bouncing Luna Glaive that's going to do a lot, finishing off the two supports, almost killing Miracle as well. Lincoln's for Lincoln's. A glimpse back, but nothing there to be able to catch Miracle. Now, here comes Matumba Man, the highest net worth hero. There are a lot of heroes who are close to dying, but Matumba Man never was. Still has that Aegis to work with. Kezu, the rest of Secret, trying to focus on the back lines, but now they have to deal with Matumba Man. He is manning up, giving up his Aegis to be able to finish this one off, and maybe even kill mid one as well. The Yule Scepter saves his life. He blinks backwards. There goes that Aegis, but Elena racks by 30.
Yeah, I mean, if they could kill Macho on the retreat, it'd maybe be in somewhat acceptable position here for them, but even killing Macho looks very difficult. His BKB is about to come back up.
Relocate back in. GH, they're going to fight this one out with Matumba Man deep inside with a glimpse back, but now he is stopping Secret from retreating. If they want to get back to base, they have to go through him. We saw Kezu die because of that one. Puppy being delayed up by Mind Control, gets in front of him with the Firefly. Will take that kill as well. You got to understand, Secret, they did what they had to do, right? You said they needed to be able to kill Matumba Man just to be able to make that a somewhat acceptable position, so they went for that aggressive play, but Liquid, they had the recourse. Maybe they can still catch Miracle. Mid one is desperate to try and get any sort of kills here. Maybe with the Static Storm they can. Miracle locked in. They've got the damage to be able to finish him up. There it is, but a stolen Static Storm actually laid out. Mid one, he can't immediately blink away. Now tries to get out. Yule Scepter onto the Bat Rider, but he is slowed down by the Sticky Napalm. Offensive Yule slows down mid one even more, but they can't get anything off before Link goes down. So Matumba Man's just going to use that space to backdoor the tier 1 tower to creep wave as well.
Courier went down. Was that Butterfly or something from the Luna?
Where did it go?
Not
Oh
sure.
man, it was deep inside that secret shop area. But yeah, that was Butterfly. Matumba Man could kind of use it right now because MP is threatening him with the Corrosive Haste. He pops the BKB, taking off that minus armor. MP's taking a lot of this one, but he can't output enough damage. Now caught in after the time lapse into the lasso. Liquid, time and time again, they seem to have the counter to Secret's aggression. Secret are playing so into Liquid because they know they have to. They need to make a fight work for them. This kind of lineup, but it's just not happening.
The IO picks worked out so well. Like Matu, when they tried to catch Matu on the retreat after losing the melee racks, it felt like a favorable situation. Secret were respawning, they had a numbers advantage, but the IO respawn brings in the +1, and suddenly it's actually a 5v5. It's no longer that 5v3 that you thought you had, and that's where Liquid are just able to constantly sustain their numbers and make sure they protect their cores very well. GH has been very impressive, as have the other utility support heroes in Mind Control and Kuro. Matu, and even Miracle. Miracle just feels like the distraction in a lot of these fights where they're focusing so much on trying to kill the Ember. Matu's just gone unnoticed this entire game.
Second lane of racks, Secret. They had to be the ones in control by 30 minutes, but it's quite the opposite. Liquid's very dominant lead, gonna smoke up and maybe deal the finishing blow with this 5-man. They can go straight through mid or bottom with these tier 3 tower gone.
I'd love to find a pick off here. Puppy Slater poking his nose out.
Puppy gonna be caught by the lasso, pulled back to his doom.
And he's been put down. Well, that possibly signals the end as they make a beeline towards this top lane. They don't need an Aegis. They don't need the Butterfly. By the time that Kuro comes back, he'll probably have a Skadi to go with the Butterfly, but ultimately Matu, he's basically like a 15k net worth Luna right now with all the items on the courier and his money stocked up, but that's more than enough for Liquid to push in this top lane potentially.
They're smoked up, trying to hide their positioning in the back lines. Pylite Die knows his Static Storm really is the only way to be able to save this if they can get the right vacuum, blink in. All that up with Crush, Kinetic Field, Static Storm, everything.
It's still
could go
on
their
Kuro
way.
though. Kuro still has it stolen.
Oh, that's...
Dire's top tower
Very difficult for mid one or MP to deal with. They've got Lincolns, but they do not have a way out of the silence.
And it's not like you're going to be able to tell either. If they go ahead and vacuum and disrupt their static storms, and then Rubik puts it in there, Puppy might just jump into his own static storm thinking, all right, I'm going to follow this up with a crush, and find himself silenced.
Speaking of silences, Miracle's opted for the Orchid build. Very unconventional build out of him, but going for something a little bit different. Great as far as controlling and locking down the Queen of Pain or the Weaver. Just have to find a way to break their Lincolns first, and well, Shrines will drop now. Perhaps just considering next Roshan as the game ender, or just waiting their time, seeing if they can find another pick-off, because they're smoking up, they're drawing lines on this top lane. I think they know 4x advantage. Luna, as found as she is. Butterfly finally about to arrive. They'll be ready to go soon.
Roll.
They saw that ward get planted.
To end the game. Take that ward. MP will be the one to kill it because he's got that Lincolns. He's got the mobility. They'll have to be careful, though. Mind Control can easily go up the north side. The smoke fails. They are going to go for mid one. They actually managed to pop that Lincolns and will bring him down inside the Eclipse. Kezu is also quite low. Couldn't get off anything. And now Orchid it up. He doesn't get off the vacuum on top of the wall. MP tries to move forward. The gem is on the ground, but no one from Secret dares to pick it up. Miracle just dives right in, gets to the back line, chains 2 up, immediately gets a good sleight of fist, and now Matumba Man will make short work of Puppy, the bouncing glaze, threatening MP's life as well. He activates the Shrine, but it's over for Secret. Liquid 2-0. Just like that, we said this could be the closer of the 2 series, but it couldn't be farther from the truth. Liquid very clearly one step above Secret in this series.
Yeah, very wrong in my assessment of this series coming in. Liquid, I mean, they 2-0'd Secret last time. Secret have definitely been playing better since that series, but Liquid themselves elevating their game to another level. Just great spell usage that last fight, silencing the Darkseer while they blinked in and lassoed the Queen of Pain. They just fought around the Lincoln Spheres very well. Often you see teams struggle to continue to find those.
Liquid's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Liquid's turn to pick.
Keeper of the light.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
War Chief.
Liquid's turn to pick.
Brewmaster!
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining.
Dazzle!
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal Maiden.
Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5.
Weaver.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slog.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Shadow Fiend.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
A world devourer. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 30 seconds to battle. The battle begins. I was meant to have this. Your face. Dazzle.
This'll come in handy.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
First blood. What is this? I came here to be tested. Dark light. Natural help. Bring a plume of youth to these pallid cheeks.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm sensing a pattern here. I'll take that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Visitors. tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. I was meant to have this.
This'll come in handy.
Double damage. How I wish I had this back at Dark Reef.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Come in handy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This'll come in handy.
Regeneration.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That should help.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'll take that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Double damage. I'll run it over.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
generation.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
That should help. I'll take that.
This'll come in handy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I was meant to have this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Aloft. I'll take that. A golden thread.
Dire team ban. Liquids turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquids turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Lone Druid.
Liquids.
Slada. Dazzle.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Rubik.
Liquids turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Liquids turn to ban. Dire team ban. Liquids turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Bad Rider.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sniper.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
League's assassin.
Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
seconds remaining.
Mirana. Liquid's turn to pick.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserved.
Meatball!
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle. Seconds to battle.
Either way, this Meepo pick is fantastic. This could be the outdraft Liquid needed to take it to a game 3.
Well, it certainly doesn't start by getting impaled here, as he is going to get hit. A couple more right clicks. The arrow is not going to connect, and it looks like Forev actually is maybe going to be the one that ends up going down. A good heal bomb comes through and poof a little bit off the mark, but Kuroki draws first blood.
The bounty rune and the first blood, Liquid. You've got the draft advantage, I'd say, and now you get a first blood advantage as well. That's going to really help them out, and that's the offlane Nyx going down. He's got an Iron Talent, so he's already geared up for going to the jungle, but this means that Yapzor are unlikely to be able to pair up with him to contest this bottom lane. He's going to come towards mid lane, it looks like, throw some power shots perhaps, look for a courier snipe, although he's already too late to find the courier. He's seemingly just trying to line up some power shots here.
And I was looking at this actually, 180 damage on a 12-second cooldown for 90 mana. Like, talk about getting sniped. Temple Man, you're not ready for this.
At this point, yeah, the Wind Ranger is the real sniper right now. Matu, with his lane pushed out, has to trade hits, which is an okay exchange for him for now, because he's got headshot. He's actually going to get Yapzor pretty low there.
To keep our eye on it, but the 2600 range, I mean, if you line it up correctly, this could be a really cool way to just kind of abuse the sniper who wants to stay in one spot for a lot of time and just right-click heroes down. So we'll have to keep our eye on that lane.
Too far up. Oh, Slider's not going to go in just yet. They're waiting for him to push out some more.
Does have that level 1 impale, so they know that he is not going to be able to have Spike Carapace. And in the meantime, this does secure Miracle some free farm, which is great for him, going for that early... Looks like treads, I guess.
Yep. Yeah. Rush your treads, get your Dragon Lance. Pretty standard Meepo stuff. The Dragon Lance a little, a tiny nerf. I think it was like, what, 1 less agi or something in the 7.02 patch?
Yeah.
Might be wrong on that. But I feel like Yapzor really needs... Oh, cancels the South Nice, but I feel like he needs to do something magical in this mid lane. Be it find a kill on the sniper, find a courier. He needs to somehow do something that a Wind Ranger normally wouldn't do. Like, I think support Wind Ranger, I'm like, what is this hero actually going to do? Probably not a whole lot, but he may find an opportunity to do so. But Forev is the one constantly getting hounded.
Oh, almost ends up going down there. That natural high base regen, maybe being the savior for him there, but they are just punishing this Nyx assassin. So what we were talking about in the draft is that if this hero does get shut down, even with an Iron Talon, it's not a great time for you. But continuing to harass Matumba Man mid.
And Miracle is level 3 and his Meepo, so you can actually send one of his Meepos to roam with the supports if he wants to. He'll have treads, so theoretically, leave one Meepo in lane farming, have the other with your team with those treads, and you're a very strong early fighting force. And if Foreb comes back to the lane like he's doing now with his TP, and he's level 1, he could get quick killed off by Miracle if he's not careful.
Oh, meanwhile over here to the side, they do run into Yapsor, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to make anything happen as you just be able to walk out and away. So a little bit of a failed smoke gank there, and now they're kind of just going to be left walking around the map.
I feel like this Meepo pick is completely thrown off Bears. Bears are going to be playing a very farm-oriented early game. Mirana not a hero to easily rotate. Lone Druid typically just wants to farm. You could see some early pressure from Lone Druids onto towers. That's something that sometimes comes out, but given the nature of Batrider and what he can do at top, he's likely going to be there for the Firefly to defend it. They'd love to find a kill on Mind Control, but that just doesn't seem all too possible with this dual lane until they get perhaps an entangle with a level 5 Spirit Bear.
And you can see GH as well, that they're trying to make things happen mid at the same time. There's just not really a great way for them to get stuff done here. But we'll have to watch our eyes on Adam, and as long as they're forcing back Fada and not really allowing him to get complete and total free farm, I feel like guess it is a win.
Yeah, small win. I mean, right now, yeah, for Liquid, absolutely. I mean, the Matu doesn't even have to get farmed for their draft to be working, but he is getting farm mid. Every single of the 3 cores on the Liquid side is getting good CS in this laning stage. Meanwhile, Nyx is not. Yapsor will get found by a crush, but there's no follow-up there. It looks like for now, Miracle is just happy to play the farming game with his Meepos, keep both of them in bottom lane to farm the jungle and the lane. Hasn't sent any of them off roaming, but that is likely going to change fairly early on, perhaps around the timing of his first Dragonlance.
They do pull back Kuroki here, and it is going to be able to get the Entangling Claws off, so well, that's going to be a kill going back their way. So Bears with the bear making kills happen.
Yeah, this top lane now becomes a lane that they can actually win the Entangle. The Orb of Venom, the Blightstone as well there, so they've got all the tools they need to kill heroes in this top lane. They need to try and kill anyone who comes to the top lane and push that tower early. I feel like that's going to open up perhaps potential rotations, but for now it's bottom lane where Liquid are focusing. 2 Meepos and a Slada. Could try and engage in here, but it's a little bit risky considering Yapsor is also in the neighborhood.
Oh, you know what? I don't know if they updated that bug that happened with Meepo. If you look at his second Meepo, he has 1140 HP. I think that they still have that thing where you get double counted HP for treads.
That's actually was like an intended change with the way that the treads work, because yeah, I remember Black tweeting that like, hey, this is a bug, but no, it's not a bug. That's how it's meant to work, because you get full stat share from Meepo now without. It used to be with you have to have Ag Scepter to get 100% stat share, but that was the big buff to Meepo where you don't need to go Ags anymore.
Got it.
So your secondary Meepos get the strength from the main Meepo with treads, and then they get double the strength because they also have treads themselves. So they get double strength from the treads.
Got it. Very interesting. That was something that I was wondering about because I saw the tweet and I was like, he was very upset about it. It seemed like
I think he just lost one too many pub game against Meepo.
I mean, who can blame him? It's a rough life, definitely.
STA, and he's playing SCA pubs. There's way too many Meepo pickers over there.
Well, still a very passive early laning stage.
Mind control up top.
Are they actually going to get him here? He's looking to go forward for Adam, and this is a lot of damage down on top of that Rubik, who. Oh, because they actually are going to be able to get this turned back around. They have Kuroki there to heal him back up, but Fairy Fire, not going to be enough. But it does look like Pharaoh's going to end up going down somehow. The power shot comes through. They take down Kuroki. A double Fight will look to be a weird one.
In the fire. Yeah. They were going for the Rubik, and it ends up being a lone Druid kill, which is even better.
Yeah. Well.
Is not the outcome they were hoping for.
So a very what I thought was going to be a very passive laning phase turns out to be a little bit more aggressive up there top. Do you feel like right now it's just Liquid super happy about Miracle basically having free farm? Is there anything else that they really need to accomplish with the rest of their heroes, or is it just going to be the Miracle show pretty much?
I mean, create space for Matu as well by playing so aggressive up top. Even if Mind Control's dying in these situations, it means the supports aren't mid. It also meant Sniper had to, the Mirana had to rotate. So Sniper had an empty lane, has phase boots, double Wraith Band. Matu's actually getting really good farm on his Sniper because of that aggression up top lane. So any aggression up top, even if you're trading equally, even if you're like losing heroes, like both die and you get one kill, is still worth it. Just due to the nature the other two core heroes farming. Meepo has his first Dragonlance, and I think this is really where Meepo typically looks to fight and join up a bit. Bottom lane, nice kill though.
Yeah, Trev was scouting that out for a very long time, waiting for GH to eventually get there, but stepped a bit too far forward and ended up punishing. So something going back the way of Nyx. And this is a hero that can cause some trouble for Meepo. He's farming off in the jungle alone as well, if they manage to catch him out in that point. But it looks like they're trying to set up on Forev now.
Oh yeah, he does not have Vendetta.
Oh.
Be a kill.
Well, pretty quick and easy. There's the crush, the follow-up, double poof, and Impale trying to get away. I don't think that... Oh, maybe he actually is going to be able to. They have another crush in 1 second, and no mana left on Forev, so they'll take that one.
Had to work for it, but still a kill, and Matu up top is looking for a courier. Gets over the trees, though. It was a hasted sniper. But, yeah, I feel like Miracle hasn't used, like, the early laning stage timings of Meepo. Not that that's necessarily a mistake, it's more like a playstyle choice of his where he hasn't tried to rotate with one Meepo to join his team. Like, the Sliders initially was moving around the map a lot. Kuro was also playing aggressive up top. If they had a Meepo potential support with them with a poof, it could have been very potent, but the trade-off is what we're seeing now is a very farm Meepo. If you make those rotations and you don't get kills, you'd be not as farmed as we see Miracle is. Miracle's trusting in the fact that he can just farm and come out with what looks to be a double Dragonlance treads around 10 minutes in. You're going to have like 1500, 1600 HP and be near unkillable with this itemization that he's got.
Yeah. And you can also see the movement now down towards the jungle. They want to try and put a kibosh on this, but Bears to actually find him out. He's heading over to the other side. Maybe GH will be the pickup that they can get. Although, looks like they're going to head off.
Perfect time to not get caught.
And, they are probably going to be able to at least put some pressure on him, Matumba Man.
He's got the sentry nearby, but Forev is just out of range. He walks in now. Matu knows.
Yeah, they got the shrapnel stolen from Matumba Man. Turn it back around. The Impale a little bit. Well, no, they are going to actually throw it out there finally, but Miracle is shown back up. Goes on to Firo. That's going to be one going down. Flamebreak pushes back at him. They control him as well, and the crush onto Fata. In some trouble. Come here, says Batrider, and they take him down.
Being Meepo'd, Lyrical. They are being Meepo'd. Second Dragonlance is just about online, and Miracle is fighting to get out of control. If that smoke rotation found him like 3 seconds earlier jungling, that would have been the big kill that Bears needed. The kill on the sniper is nice. It's a decent kill, but Meepo getting all those turnaround kills definitely making it a heavily Liquid favored engagement. And even if it's a clean pick on the sniper, it's still not the kill they want. The Meepo is the extra, the top net worth hero and the very high over-leveled hero. The nature of Meepo is such that you get very far ahead, and a death on Meepo hurts a lot more than a death on any other core hero because of how this hero functions. So Miracle wants to make sure he does not die for as long as possible this game.
Oh, just the assassinate onto Yapsor as well for good measure whenever he wants to sit there in the lane. It's also, I mean, you talked about it earlier, Matumba Man having a good game. This is a hero that can also get out of control, and with that bulky front liner of the 5 Meepos running at your face, it's going to be really tough for them to deal with this. So I don't know, Firo maybe needing to really step it up here and make something happen. He's 0-2 so far, 0-2-3. Can't really blame him too much for that.
I mean, he's the first death is a little bit his fault, to be honest, like standing the Firefly, but ultimately that's not the reason that Bears are in the position that they are this game. It's the aggression of Liquid that's really catching him off guard, and that mid-fight was a very much team decision to try and fight there. He's got a kill now on Slada with the help of Forev. Nice bait. Forev was there waiting for that aggression, turns it around perfectly with an Impale. So this is, I feel like Firo is doing the most he can given the situation. He's playing a lone druid against the Meepo strat. It's so hard to fight into Miracle that looks like he's just decided there's not a whole lot he can do. Bottom lane seems to be where Bears have their eyes set, but Miracle is coming in from behind, walking past an observer ward though.
Yeah, and this net very long range as well. Needs to really respect that Fata here, and all the TPs are going to start to show up. Slardar looking for the initiation. Nice leap away, but might end up being in a little bit of trouble. They have the crush. There's the shrapnel as well. Oh, Fata still invis, so they aren't going to realize this.
Detection? No detection. They're going to stack shrapnel on him. He can't go for the TP because they'll see him TP.
Oh.
That's such a terrible spot to be in. You're like, I have a TP. They don't see me. I'm invis. They have no sentries here. Well, they did eventually get a sentry, but you can't TP out because the TP would reveal you, and then they can amp you up, can throw spells at you. You're going to die. Sniper will just right-click you down.
Very, very unfortunate situation there. Mirana, forced to leap out, and granted, maybe if he was heading back the other direction earlier, it would have not been an issue, but regardless, you can tell Liquid playing a great game of Dota so far. They know what they need to accomplish to come away with the victory, and so far they're making it happen. For Bears, what's the big response now? Is it just like everybody run at Miracle? Is there anything else besides that, really?
At some point, or at this point, it's Matu. That's the free kill they'll take. It's got to come through, yeah, like having a numbers advantage in these engagements. You can never go into a fight like with just 2 heroes, for example, if you're near an enemy tower, because Liquid can quickly respond. Meepo poofs in, Slardar rotations. Batrider we've seen get active early as well. He's got a Blink Dagger, and I think that's the big thing. Bring all your cores for these kills. They bring in both Lone Druid and Nyx Assassin to that bottom lane to make sure that fight goes the way they were hoping for it to. So they're going to have the early Nyx Blink. I think the big thing they need to play around is all this great aggressive vision. Adam's done a really good job of getting these deep enemy jungle wards up. The vision advantage definitely favors Bears, and I think that's something, we saw last game where when they've had these good vision, they've been able to find key pickoffs, and those were what broke game 1 open for them. They're at a draft disadvantage, but they can try and use this vision to ideally kill Meepo. That is really what it comes down to, is how do you kill Meepo, when do you kill Meepo, how often can you kill him? Because if you don't kill Meepo this game, you're not going to win this game. At some point, you have to solve the Meepo problem.
And maybe that's going to end up being off the back of maybe a rotation in at some point, a next big item that comes up. You've got Blink on Nyx Assassin, but right now it's just they're playing kind of ring around the jungle consistently. Miracle's still able to farm out the secondary jungle here, and I think this is part of the reason why this hero is just
nice scan.
They are going to spot that out. I think it's part of the reason why you have these heroes that are getting first phase banned all the time, because it's just so strong. There's the Blink.
Meepo is definitely one of those heroes. Yeah, the Blink, the gap closing item is concerned. This is where kills will become that much easier. Miracle, he's instantly towards the top lane, knows it's pushed out, someone might come to farm up there, so considering a kill, but again, diving near towers, you don't want to get too aggressive unless your team is with you, because that's where Bears can punish, and killing a carry to die as a Meepo is never worth it, unless you're talking like super late game when everyone is level 25. At this stage where he's level 14 and the next highest level in the game is the level 12 Mirana, Lone Druid's only level 10, you do not want to be trading your life.
You can see this as well. They scouted it out, I believe. Yapsor is going to get jumped upon, and now they pull him back in. So Mia Blink, poof, and well, Forev also going to be able to get out of there. Running a little bit close, but that's going to be a tower gone, and it feels like there's no response at all. It's so hard.
There isn't. They just don't have a Meepo counter hero here. They don't have the burst damage. The Mirana Ags is perhaps the first item pickup where I'd look like maybe Bears think about fighting into the Meepo, but even that I feel like is a decent boost in their burst damage, but not going to be enough. There's actually going to be a very early, this is another thing, like Meepo, you get the early Roshan, you get the Aegis advantage, and having to kill Meepo twice is, well, impossible, realistically. Killing him once is, you could theory craft a situation where Nyx initiates, Shackle Shot follow-up maybe, a Power Shot, air damage, the Mirana with the double Starstorm. That's possible, but doing it twice? Nah, not happening.
Well, and you talk about that big item for Fata eventually coming up as well, the Aghanim Scepter is, well, he's just going to get jumped upon, trying to TP out of there, is going to make it very, very close. But the thing that was, that saving grace isn't even completely a saving grace, because Meepo is going to have that naturally high magic resistance as well. So, a lot of your damage that's coming out right now for Bears is just also not going to be as effective against killing them. Really tough.
Absolutely. He's queued up a Hex for now. We'll see if he sticks to that one, but that's like the counter item to have against the Mirana, the Wind Ranger. I mean, just having that lockdown for when you initiate. Sometimes you just see Meepos go like Ethereal Blades and Diffusals to just mass agi so you can break buildings and do a ridiculous amount of DPS, but it's like Miracle opting for the more utility initiation aspect. He's got damage coming from the sniper as well, so there's not a huge amount of pressure for him to have to do all the damage. Bears, again, can't fight into this 2 lives of Meepo.
Oh, they are trying to.
It.
Looks like they want to try and take a fight here as movement comes in, and Kuro is gonna end up jumping onto Yapsor, trying to bring him down. The Impale is gonna connect onto Mind Control. Bit chaotic. Oh, he wants it. Miracle looking for the initiation. They are not going to be able to find it, so they just lose the Wind Ranger.
Smoked up Rubik. Gotta be careful, my friend. Matu is right next to him. They're actually going to go for a kill with Vata to lift into Arrow.
All right, coming through. The damage is there. Shrapnel as well. Why not? They take him down, and Adam trying to TP out. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get there to break it. Any win at this point.
That's, yeah, a pretty sizable win considering position they're in. Like, it's kind of impossible to team fight. You want to run away from any group of liquid heroes that come at you. That's possible, but they somehow catch the sniper alone. It didn't even feel like Matu was totally out of position there. I think the assumption was that Bears had just scurried away and ran away from the Meepo, and that's true. Meepo was in the river, though. They'd run away to the north, but also to the south, and they managed to catch the straggler and the sniper there. So, nice pick-off, and Bears buy themselves a little bit of time. You know, any kill you can get. This is truly the Aegis. Like, last game we saw Aegis is picked up, and they ran into it. Like, Miracle got an Aegis last game on SF. They fought into it, knowing there was no ultis. Meepo does not have downtime. There's no ulti he's waiting for. He is ready to fight, ready to go anytime he's got an Aegis, and almost catches Yapsor. A quick 4-staff out.
Same for Ev as well, just blinking out in a way. Does not want to get caught there, but they stop the push at least for a moment. Still, it's feeling like just sort of stalling the inevitable at least. I'm not exactly sure like what the point is that you really turn it back around. I feel like it has to be another situation like catching Matumba Man where somebody is out of position, almost as if they're playing against themselves at this point.
They got to find the openings, which there'll always be some small openings. Sometimes it's just trying to use the map vision you have. Sometimes it's trying to read and guess where your opponents are moving on the map, but it's got to come down to, finding pickoffs, defending high ground, trying to capitalize on even the smallest of little mistakes. And sometimes they're not even mistakes. Sometimes it's just guessing where Matu's going to farm by himself, which in itself isn't a mistake, but if you can find him and pick him off, find those kills and put yourself in a good position. But good with this Aegis will take all the outer towers, but this doesn't translate into the shrines like it once did, so the news for Bears is they will still have access to their shrines until they lose a tier 3 tower.
Yeah. That's something. We got to find our little silver linings here in this game. It's been a little bit rough so far, as, well, they have the Aegis still available if they wanted to try and go high ground. Maybe they just wait for Sheepstick at this point.
Yep. I think also Meepo's level 3 ultimate isn't up, so that's a decent amount of damage output. Yeah. He's still just playing around only 3 Meepos, so I think you want to wait for the level 3 ultimate. He can get it very fast because you can farm so many places on the map. And with that, this Aegis doesn't look like it will amount to a high ground push, but what it does do is complete map control, towers all down. Bears are actually smoking up aggressively towards this bottom side of the map. This looks like a pseudo warding smoke as well as potentially a pick-off around the Marana Ags if there is a lone hero down here, but doesn't seem like that's going to be the case.
Yeah. Placement. And I think that Matumba Man pickoff that they had was partially because of the good warding vision that they had, and it looks like they're going to be able to do it again. Adam places down 1 ward back over here to the side, and there's still this other one that they need to keep their eyes out for, but a little bit of a scan on the Radiant, actually able to scout out that the lone Druid was there.
Yeah, the Radiant side doesn't have much vision right now, and that definitely has been perhaps one of their weak points throughout at least the 2 games we've seen, is just the warding game from Adam has definitely been better than what we've seen out of Kuro. Kuro has often been maybe pushing a lane, farming. He's been getting more farm than Adam. I've seen so many games where Adam's just like dying and feeding for his team. Gone out, but he gets wards up. He gets great vision and sets Bears up to succeed. Even though he almost always has less farm than other 5-position supports, he almost plays the old school like PPD style support where he's like the position 6. You know, he goes beyond being a 5-position support. Miracle blinks in bottom.
Oh, are they going to be able to take this one? The Impale turnaround, it's still not going to be enough damage to stop this from happening. They're trying to run back out and away. Mind Control finds Spata, pulls him back in, and GH not going to be able to find the crush. Rubik does steal that, trying to TP himself. And there's the Shackle to make sure that at least for now, they'll be able to walk out. And
yeah, Yapsor should die.
Yeah, no way out for him. So, take 2 in the end. There was a moment there at the bottom where Windranger actually power shot Miracle, and I thought that we were going to see a jump forward into Arrow from Mirana, but
I don't think that. Again, like Liquid were already setting up to defend that one, and what effectively happened was you got that fight where Miracle engaged and you could try and burst him down, but he's got 1900 HP, 2000 HP on his main Meepo, and a little bit more on his secondary Meepo, so bursting him down just isn't really all that possible there. So if you go in him, the TPs come in, it quickly backfires. Like, doing 2,000 points worth of damage with this Bears draft is actually not that easy.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's no real items coming out that are going to easily change that. Perhaps like the Mirana, like Ethereal Blade type pickup, but yeah, I think again they're going to have to play for the high ground defense. They're going to have defending against a theoretical second Aegis on Meepo as well. They have been able to use their smokes and vision very well to find pickoffs, and that's going to be the continued theme for this Bears draft. Running right into Miracle here.
Oh, they have a DD up on the bear as well. They're going to try and jump through, do as much as they can. Miracle dropping low. Oh, he gets graved though, and they're not going to be able to bring him down. The 3-person crush. They end up hitting the arrow onto GH Adam, trying to turn it back around. They are going to be able to bring down Miracle. Huge kill though, but how much is it going to cost him? GH trying to chase after Firo. It's not going to be able to be a kill. Looks like Fareb is going to go down here though, as well. They take down 2 on the other side as they've run down Mind Control. They actually end up getting a 2-for-3 exchange. That's a huge win for Bears.
Oh yeah, that's a great timing. No Aegis, you know, can they get Matu as well? Yapsor. Oh god,
Bata looking double
in.
Shackle as well. Power shot to boot. They take him down.
What a big kill to get there at the end as well. Matu, definitely a player you can't ignore as well this game, playing the sniper. He's got some decent farm as well to go with the Meepo, and that's a much needed teamfight victory. They found the Meepo, isolate him. They're able to do a lot of damage. Even though he gets kept alive a little bit longer, that Meepo couldn't escape. The Grave just bought time for Liquid to get in there and try and retaliate, but ultimately there was no escape for that Meepo. He couldn't poof it out. He didn't get like a 4-stuff out on it. And the turnaround was not successful for Team Liquid.
No.
Unfortunately, no Roche just... even if Roche had respawned really early there, I don't think Bears have the damage to kill it fast enough with Meepo and Sniper soon to respawn, but they're going to be eyeing that one off for another team fight similar to what we just saw.
It feels like to me they have to get the Nyx Assassin Vendetta damage down. That bonus 400 made pretty much all the difference in that fight.
Yeah.
Like if they didn't get that one, it would have been pretty rough. So I don't know. Perfect initiation. Bears end up taking it. Some signs of life in this. If you're Liquid, how do you respond?
You vision game. That's you know that Bears have been using their smokes to achieve this. Like that's perhaps like the last smoke. They've got one smoke left, perhaps maybe none. Looking around, I don't see any smokes on the Bears side. So securing Roshan should be pretty straightforward if your opponents don't have smokes, and you've got smokes, so you can try and smoke and get the jump. The big thing is here, if Liquid engage with the Meepo, rather than have him get engaged upon, they'll win fights. That fight's purely won because Bears initiate in, they chain stun him, they get him down to basically kill him outside of the Grave. They've just got to wait the Grave to wear off. But this time around, Mind Control's going to be the one initiating. Although they scout the ward being planted with that sentry there, so they know exactly where Liquid are, but it doesn't look like they can easily get out.
Adam, they pull back in Yapsor, but that's a pretty good turnaround. Is it going to be enough, though? They're starting to bring down Miracle. An Impale hit on to absolutely everybody. Frev is still going to drop for that, so 3 die in just under about 4 seconds. And
Blink Crush from GH catching everyone, so it was like a 3-man crush into a 4-man Carapace Impale from the Nyx, but once you've lost heroes there, the utility's all gone, Mirana wasn't in the fight, and again, Liquid know that, yeah, that last fight went terrible for them, but if they're the ones initiating, fights are going to go well for them. This sets up next Roche, which, unfortunately for them, is max duration respawn, so Bears will actually be alive for it, but it still looks like the case is that Bears have no smokes to actually leave their base with, so Radiant Vision is going to theoretically see any move towards that Roshan pit.
They update the smoke things where you could see them in the shop now, or is that...
Don't think
no,
so.
it doesn't
no,
look
it
like
just we can't tell as casters.
Okay.
But-
Problem. It's all good. Well, yeah. So we're still gonna wait for that Roshan, like you were talking about, a ways away. They have one ward down. It is, geez, just like about the max time. It does not look like Bears have that same vision. Even if they did, can they really even contest it? Honestly.
No. No smoke, no Rosh contest. Although, I mean, you could try it, but I think it's like a suicide type play.
Okay.
More likely than not, if Liquid position right, you get wiped at that Roshan pit, but we'll see. They can use the Spirit Bear to scout, but again, the Spirit Bear likely could just end up being food. You disengage. Forev. They don't actually have Radiant Sentries, so this becomes a lot more feasible without Sentries, but they kill it so fast. If Forev somehow got in there, invised up, that could have been a play for him to make, but doesn't end up happening in the end.
Oh. What have you thought about this Wind Ranger pick? Is it felt like, I mean, granted it's in a Meepo game, so it's hard to say, but do you like the skill build at all, the way that he's been playing it?
Yeah, I mean, for a support Wind Ranger, this is like pretty standard stuff. You just being that utility, blink 4 staff, you want to hit the shackles, do as much power shot damage as possible in a fight. I think he's done everything right as a support Wind Ranger. I just think the hero, I want to almost say it was meant to be the mid lane of this game until they saw that Meepo pick and they felt Mirana core for the damage output was needed. But even if that's not the case, I feel like the hero is still a little underwhelming. More than anything, they're being Meepo, you know? Like,
yeah.
Very hard to fight this one. Fear at bottom needs to not get caught by the Meepo straggler. He is positioned pretty far back here, but Meepo's left his main Meepo in that bottom lane to try and find this pick off. And Firo will show himself.
Ooh, they found one of the Miracle Meepos up in the top lane with an arrow, but no great answer for that. By the way, he's also picked up a Scotty at this point and is level 23, so he's just a monster. He's terrifying.
No Radiant scan, so we can't scout Firo out, but he probably has a pretty good idea that Firo is with his Spirit Bear. Question is who takes the bait first? Will Miracle go out to farm the lane, or will Firo come out to push the lane? Ooh. It looks like, Firo's coming out to push the lane at the perfect time, though. Miracle's got top.
They brought him. Nice real reaction there, and they're also able to hit a shackle, looking for the arrow, not going to connect. The towers are still going to take a lot of damage. Miracle dropping somewhat low. This would still be the Aegis, but while this is happening, Lone Druid doing what he does best. They're going to be able to lift him up. Mind control. Can they take this fight? A good impale. Connect through. They burn through the Aegis. All right, Miracle's down once. Can they do it again? Arrow on the mark. Back. Nicely played there. They get the Spike Carapace turnaround, and, well, Rubik has also stole the Crush. GH is going to get graved then. It's still a lot of damage to burn through for Miracle. They need to get a good stun off. The land from the telekinesis was able to get through. The wind run slow as well. Miracle's starting to drop low. They are going to be able to get that fill. Also controlling Matumba Man. The right click starting to go, and they are also going to be able to run down Kuro. A great combination. Oh, and they only end up losing from that, I guess, the range barracks? Or range, yeah.
Yeah. That is one of, like, the best high ground defenses I've seen in my life. Like, that was just every small little detail done right. The second Meepo poofs his main Meepo up top, Firo comes out, but pushes the bottom lane. This then tempts they're like, we don't want to trade Raxes. Firo with the Spirit Bear and with the Battle Cry up pushes very fast, so that tempted the Batrider TP back. But Batrider, if he TPs back, he cannot let Lone Druid TP himself home, because what ends up happening is Lone Druid got a really nice Savage Roar off on Mind Control, and then Firo was able to TP back top to defend. So it turned into a 5v4 without Batrider up top, and the numbers game favored Bears up there. They took the Aegis very cheap, and then the second life of Meepo, they hit the arrow, they burst him down again. That was just a perfectly played high ground defense. Fantastic stuff.
Oh, they weren't quite able to find the catch there. Mind Control looking for the initiation. Catches Forev as soon as Spike Carapace is off, but there's the counterplay. Adam goes in, able to find him. GH controlled and brought down. They still have buyback available on both of their heroes that are down, but they are not going to chase this any further. At least for now, Bears
could
back.
TP to the shrine. They need to perhaps get out of here and get out of here soon. Is Meepo going to go for it? Yeah, he is. He's coming in. They need the gem in there for the detection, though. Mind control.
This is the impale. They are going to be able to get the shackle, though, but Meepo, he's going to be coming in from the backside. They're trying to find him. Catches onto Yapsword, but the Moonlight Shadow actually working. He's going to be able to get out and away. They don't find that kill.
Oh my gosh, Bears are playing some insane Dota right now. The fact they defend their melee racks at top, they don't lose anyone there. That looked like a potential, like, 2-3-man kill for Liquid on the Meepo respawn, but they recognize the threat of the Batrider. He's the scouting hero that's going to move out with that gem, find the pickoffs, for the Meepo with the detection, but by using the cover of the Moonlight Shadow, killing off the bat before Meepo could even get into the fight, Meepo had no vision. He couldn't do anything. And Bear's somehow still in this game, and that's all you've got to do against a Meepo is hold your high ground and win one big fight against him. And now that Bears have done that, a lot of the Meepo's advantage has been taken away, so this game goes back to a state which is very winnable for Bears.
Fata, to me, has just been playing out of his mind. He's only 3,000 gold behind this Meepo right now, and building towards his Lincoln Sphere as well. He's been pushing out the lanes. He's been basically not getting caught. I guess the one thing to talk about a little bit is that Meepo, while he is incredibly hard to deal with when he's at his peak because you're at a relatively low level, he can sort of fall off as the game goes super late. Is that something you'd be worried about if you're Team Liquid at all?
I think soon. Depending on the next Roshan, and depending on how many times
he's completely alone. Miracle gonna go down again in the jungle.
Oh, now you're worried. Now you're very worried. But yeah, the number of times you get picked off after like 25 minutes in is you look at for a Meepo. Dying in the early game doesn't matter, but dying at this stage is where it hits you hard, gives your opponents a lot of gold, and you lose a lot of gold in the process.
They pull back into one, but Forev getting the counterplay.
That was not
very bold move.
Yeah,
and they're going to look for more.
GH was just stunning and running. Not sure what the communication was there, but there wasn't communication because GH just wanted to get out. Meanwhile, Batrider followed up the rush with an initiation, which was not the call from the Liquid side, it seemed. Not everyone on the same page, and the result is they're going to have to back off to the high ground, probably lose all these outer towers. I'm not sure if Bears can force out those buybacks. 40 seconds, and with the Tier 2 towers still standing, it looks like Liquid will at least be able to hold on to those.
This is insane to me. Again, we talked about it. Not a ton of heroes that were exceptional at dealing with Meepo that you traditionally think about. They've been able to formulate their draft to make it work and putting on a great display. Bears, I mean, even whatever happens this game, this is a team to watch out for as they jump forward, kill off the creep wave, and starting to assault high ground at least a little bit.
Yeah. Respecting the Meepo respawn and also knowing that Meepo likely going to have a buyback as well. Fortunately for Bears, these couple of good pickoffs on Meepo and fights they've had haven't led to them getting anything like a Roshan. If they get an Aegis and Cheese, that's like, I don't know about game over, but it puts them in a big advantage. Liquid, for their draft to work, they need that third Roshan. They need to get another Aegis on Meepo. Meepo having 2-3 lives is one of the most important things for the hero to scale into the late game, because to go back to your question, like how can Meepo, will he scale or fall off in the late game? It really does depend on Aegises. Meepo's a hero that if you want to burst him and you've got the damage to do so, will die. It's how much you can punish your opposing team for committing everything on Meepo, and the way to do so is to have multiple lives, to have an Aegis and to have a buyback. If you've got 3 lives on Meepo, you can punish Bears for overcommitting onto him. So getting this third Aegis is going to influence a lot as to how well Meepo scales late game.
All right, we'll keep our eyes out for that. Fata, in the meantime, building back into a Mjolnir, and he has eclipsed the Meepo in terms of net worth. Still a little bit of ways in terms of the levels, as Meepo is getting close to that level 25, which I'm assuming we go for 400 health in this one, just considering how important it's been. Yeah. Is Poof worth it?
I don't think Poof is ever really worth it, just because 6-second cooldown is fine. Your damage is mostly through right-clicking rather than poofing anyways. Yeah. And the 6-second is fine. As far as mobility goes, you don't need 3-second core poof. Oh, for it.
Oh my god. Really nice initiation. The counterplay there comes out. They're going to be able to control up Yapsor. Miracle on top of him. Matumba Man starting to deal the damage, but they actually have a way to get out. The Ghost Scepter working in spades. Yapsor is going to be brought down, and, well, there's the initiation. They come in onto Fata. Flaming Lasso working, and Bears looking good, but it's a scary moment when you get chased down. This is scary. They've already been able to bring down one. The rest of it is coming in from behind, but it looks like GH is not going to go any further as far as being able to find kills.
Everyone. It's really hard to fight now with Haze on all these heroes. So healing up his images, bringing the main army in. They want to force those buybacks. Fata has one, Wind Rangers is not. They were one shackle shot away from winning that fight. If that shackle hits Sniper and one of the heroes behind him, Sniper dies, doesn't get his BKB up, but Matu with the full seconds of BKB, able to do a lot of damage. Fata blinks on him with the Mirana, but the Starstorm didn't hurt him because of that BKB.
Another nice stun comes out there, but they do not have the damage as of yet. Buyback up online. for Mirana. 40 seconds away. They're going to go for the glyph. Firo getting initiated on. Able to seal Corrosive Haze back away. Berev gets the Impale off. Power shot. Nice grave. Keeping him alive for the moment. Arrow is going to go through. Does not connect on anybody. Matumba Man is going to go down. Forev finds it. Now looking for more. They're going to be able to chase this in just a second. Can they control Miracle? They throw out the Hex and trying to get out and away. No, but they get the Savage Roar. Miracle is going to go down yet again. 3 heroes dead for Liquid. They did lose a melee Rax.
He tried to make a play, sending his secondary Meepos out and sending his main Meepo back in so he could blink away, then poof. Like, he went in with a Hex and an Ensnare on his main Meepo, but couldn't blink fast enough to get out of there on his main Meepo, so that main Meepo did get trapped, and that's Roche up. This is the much-needed Roche for Liquid. Getting a melee Rax for Roshan favors Bears at this stage of the game. You're quite happy to play. Oh, Batrider? Caught by the Carapace Impale?
Oh no, Batrider chased down.
They're
trying to bring him in. They are going to get that kill. That's also a gem on the ground. Doesn't look like they care about that, though. It's all about Roshan. So 4 dead. They don't want to buy back on these heroes to secure it. Do you think that this is the right call?
It's a tough one, because if you buy back and Meepo dies again, you've lost the game. But similarly, if you don't buy back and your opponents get Aegis and Cheese, you haven't lost the game, but you're playing, like, rather than playing to win, you're playing, you know, not to lose. And by buying back there, it's like let's play to win, and let's put the outcome of this game in our own hands by giving yourself the option to engage and contest Roshan. But now you give Bears control of the game for this duration of Aegis. Bears can be the aggressors. They've got an Aegis on Fata to make up for his buyback being on cooldown. This Meepo is definitely not the force that he once was, but defending high ground, you've got Sniper, you've got Corrosive Haze to boost up the Sniper's damage. Got Batrider 2, who's one of the better high ground defenders, but Bat's big issue right now is he doesn't have BKB. Against Nyx, not having a BKB is proving to be very problematic, and there's no real... I mean, he's halfway there, but it doesn't really feel like he's got space or room to farm it right now. I'd almost like say Liquid, like, defend high ground, don't fight, give Mind Control a lane to split push and farm, because this BKB is actually a game-winning type item for the late game, which allows you to get pickoffs without getting punished.
It feels to me like this is also maybe a team mentality decision. Like, let's compose ourselves, make sure that we don't feed into this sort of turnaround that's been going into the favor of Bears. Was now a little bit of a lead in terms of net worth and 10,000 experience lead as well. Maybe you resettle yourself, you realize, you know what, we got this big bad Meepo guy, Sniper's got himself a good bit of farm, and they're able to re-engage again when the time is right. And, well, we'll see how that ends up working out for them, as 19-24... feeling very, very close at this point, because honestly, if Liquid win a huge fight, I mean, they can kind of just run down mid, and they take towers so quickly as well.
I mean, any fight where Bears don't have buybacks on core heroes, and if, like, Mirana, Lone Druid... I mean, Lone Druid has a short respawn time, but he can't defend without the Mirana. And I think the Nyx is also important. If you lose, like, a Mirana or Nyx without buyback, game can just end. Meepo, probably one of the fastest high ground pushing heroes in the game. Maybe more so once he's got this Ethereal Blade, but for now he wants to, of course, hold on to his buyback.
Oh my god, GH just walked into hell. Holy crap. That was scary.
He doesn't have any respawn talent, so that's 50 seconds down, no buyback.
He bought out for his BKB right there, I think.
Yeah, you can still defend high ground pretty well just with Bat and Sniper, though. Bears actually Moonlight Shadow into this Radiant jungle.
Oh, they found Miracle yet again. They're on top of him. Fata starting to drop low, needs to leap out just a second, but Earthbind is keeping him there. That is going to be the Aegis down, but they take down Miracle. 90 seconds. They're going to force a buyback.
Yeah, there were pings on the Adam after that. He perhaps could have saved Fata, but he blinked into trees accidentally. He four-star forward and blinked. He was trying to get there from very far away, so... it looked like he was too far away to save Fata anyways, but if he somehow saved Fata's Aegis, that would have been a big win for them. But they get to force Meepo's buyback. Fata himself doesn't have buyback as well, so both of the big damage-dealing heroes for both teams will be playing without buyback for this upcoming fight, assuming the Meepo uses his to defend, which I think become a necessity. But you want to buy back off of an initiation.
Whoa! The Tumble Man up in the air. They actually pull back in Forev, though, and GH already down, so that's one going down.
Oh
Mind Control also in
Meepo.
trouble. They're doing a ton of damage, shrine or no shrine. They need to be careful. Oh my goodness, backing out again. They're going to focus down the barracks, but Firo, the lone druid, right-clicks.
God, that bat surviving on such low HP. They're going to give up the racks for now, preserving that oh-so-important Meepo buyback.
Oh, the arrow force staff away, though. Oh, good play right there. Kuroki, or rather, excuse me, Mind Control saving his sniper, and now turn on. It's still 20 seconds with no Meepo. They have another Spike Carapace so they can control
defend
Mike
very
Timberman.
well, though. Look how low Firo is. He can't get assassinated because of the Lincolns, though.
All right.
That's all in all. I'm okay with that decision not to Meepo buyback. Being down a lane of racks, but having Meepo buyback is probably the better position to be in than buying back and saving that rack. So, good, brave call from Liquid. They managed to find the initial picks at the start of the fight using mind control with his lasso initiation, using the BKB of Matu, which is getting shorter and shorter, though. That is a concern in itself, but at this point, you take what you can get if you're Liquid, you hold on to the Meepo buyback, and now you can look to be the aggressors. They smoke up immediately, knowing that a game-winning fight could come off of a Fata kill if they find it fast, but his buyback is 1 minute and 6 seconds away.
Yep, and well, we'll see if they can hold out for that long. It seems like it should be possible. The Courier Snipe still 2 minutes without that Yule Scepter. That I believe it was Adam who picked it up, so obviously Rubik being able to give him that extra bit of survivability if Meepo does happen to jump on him would be pretty good, or anybody, honestly. Yeah, Shrine's about to go down now.
Definitely worth taking those out with potential Roche importance in the late game. They're pinging the other one already, although not necessarily sure if they want to run across the map towards it and themselves in a vulnerable position, but if you can get that one, you make it a whole lot more difficult for Liquid, for Bears to defend that next Roche. For now, they are positioning around that shrine, ready to fight it should Liquid come their way.
Another thing to think about here is Yapsor turning into another core. Aghanim Scepter is going to be online too, and on top of his Maelstrom already. We also have the BKBs that are completed now, also on the Bat Riders, so that problem that they had before going to be slightly mitigated at least.
Yep. And big level 20 from Marana, going for the attack speed on Leap, not the multi-shot arrows. I'm a little
waiting.
I like the multi-shot arrows. I've become ever since Weeha did it at ESL, I've become a believer in this. I tried it a few times as well, and it's like, if you just happen to somehow magically arrow 2 heroes in a team fight through all the chaos, like, it pays for itself. You do a lot. Like, the Leap attack speed is a ridiculously high amount of attack speed, so I don't blame him for getting this. It's the more reliable option. Like, you're guaranteed to get value out of Leap attack speed, whereas multi-arrow, it could be useless. So I don't blame him for getting this one, but I'm definitely a believer in the multi-shot arrow in most games.
There was a game to take multi-shot arrows. It would be when Meepo's in it, though. Like, let's be real about that. Net's down. The bear is going to fall down into the ground.
Not too big a deal. Does have a second one, but is that guaranteed Savage Roar if the Lone Druid himself gets jumped upon? But it does seem like Meepo is just going to play with his illusions on the other side of the map, around the Roshan pit, which no Roche for at least a minute. So both teams knowing that are playing the kind of map control game. Like, Liquid are playing the map control game. They are the ones pushing out these lanes, keeping Bears honest, keeping them defending their high ground, making it so they can't move out on the map. And the result of this is they're just looking to secure that next Roshan in a safer way as possible.
Definitely.
Meepo's transitioned. He's got his Ethereal Blade, so he's actually doing a decent amount more damage with the extra agi from this item in these upcoming fights.
Yeah, and they're trying to keep this creep wave pressured out consistently. I like what they're doing with Matumba Men down here, just spamming out against the tower. They need to be careful of their wraparound. That's what Mind Control is doing over here as well. GH ends up not getting caught, but Matumba Man does. The power shot follow-up. Are they thinking to go on this? The Impale connects onto 2. Oh no, it all started with an arrow, and it might end up turning back around. Fata takes down Kuro, trying to focus now on a Miracle. He is dropping low, but Fata also is going to end up dropping low. He is going to die. Buyback is there, but they also take down Meepo. Oh no.
Ooh, what an arrow. That is the pickoff you're looking for. From behind is GH. What is he up to here? He's invised up. He's going to find Yapsor. Oh,
they have the amp. Oh my god, Yapsor blink back and away. Rev spotted him. Great reaction by Yapsor.
He went for the plays. That's GH in a nutshell. If there's an option to make a high-risk play that's high reward, he'll always go for it. And you gotta love that about watching him play, but every now and then the outcome will just make you kind of facepalm a bit, and that was potential easy, just TP home, get out of there, survive, but he goes for the flashy move and gets punished.
The best of plays, the worst of plays. GH,
Curious to see what the outcome of this is going to be. There's no Roche for about 30 seconds, so everyone should be roughly alive for that next Roche. Defending high ground against Lone Druid with Batrider, Sniper, and Dazzle. Definitely possible, so don't think we'll see any racks claimed off of that. Neither team will have to use buyback, so everything will kind of reset in some weird way. The main difference is Bears actually get to push out their lanes. That bottom lane is now pushed all the way to the Radiant base. They can get wards up around that Roche area. They can look to control the map. This impending Roche.
And you can see only one ward placed currently. It's down here in the bottom lane.
Well, they get the high ground ward now.
Yeah, this is a good one. On Matumba, and they four-step him out. Great play. They get the great, but I'm not sure if it's going to end up being enough. And they throw out the flame break. It is going to end up being one kill onto Adam. Forev also going to go down, but that was Matumba man dead.
Well, he's got it in 50 seconds here. They want to fight here. They want to go in. They have got the sniper buyback if they want to commit to it.
Oh, no, but all they're going to get is the bear.
It does potentially secure them Roche. If they head there right away, there's no next buyback. Mind Control will scout it out. These late game fights getting super hype. I am like edge of my seat kind of Dota right now, you know? Just like how well both these teams are playing around their strategies and timings. This time around it will be the Aegis for the Meepo, the much needed Aegis for the Meepo. He has buyback theoretically as well. Doesn't have the money for it right now, but theoretically have 3 lives for the next team fight.
Yeah, boots of travel level 2 as well.
Tough.
So if he wants to get in on top of one of these heroes just immediately, it's opportunity to do so. So jumping back in and out of the fights.
Wind Ranger, level 22. You kind of mentioned transitioning well and truly into a core. Yapzor, Ags, Maelstrom, going back for a Bloodthorn next, it looks like. Has those new talents. Goes for the Spell Amp, the extra damage with the Maelstrom. As well as the... I mean, you're not really throwing all too many power shots, but it's still nice to clear creep waves a little bit easier.
Oh, yeah.
And I guess you go for the attack range at level 25. So, I mean, definitely as a core... what is now a core Wind Ranger, you go for the attack range.
That's kind of interesting how he's been able to do that. Again, just the power shot, really cool. 420 damage. He's got 9-second cooldown, and consistently he's been able to push out those lanes with it.
Yeah, I think the big item for Liquid to pick up, for Bears to pick up, I keep getting them mixed up because I see Fata. I think Liquid is going to be a evasion item, Butterfly, because he's surviving all the. I mean, there isn't much magic damage anymore. There's an MKB coming on Sniper, but Meepo, he seems to be just right-clicking down Fata in most of these fights. Like Fata goes in, he has Lincoln's BKB. The right-click damage kind of overwhelms him, so I think if he gets a Butterfly, it's more agi, but more importantly, evasion against Meepo. It's a big upgrade for him. Could even, I think you replace the Ag Scepter with it. You're kind of at that point where you don't need the AoE magic damage as much. The Butterfly is going to offer you more, or at least move the Ag Scepter over.
Wind Ranger is going for a Solar Crest. I think that's a nice little middle ground as well. I was wondering if that might be something that they would go for.
Yeah, well, put that on the Mirana. That's the That's the subs. Like your Butterfly's too far away, or you think you're slot limited, or you want to have buyback. Because if you want to have buyback and Butterfly, you're looking at, I don't know, another 5, perhaps 10 minutes, depending how things develop. So the potential Solar Crest is maybe the intermediate option. Liquid smoked up right outside.
This is scary time right now.
They've got buybacks.
They're ready to
on
go.
Meepo, at least.
Mind Control and GH leading the charge. They find onto Fata. They ain't able to pull him back and away, though. Rubik steals amp damage, and that's Fata gonna go down. Buyback is still available. 90 seconds. They're gonna force it.
Yeah, they definitely want to force that one now in this mid lane. They've got the Aegis to force around. Perhaps they wait for the next lasso before they force it. That would be like the cautious play, because then they have the guaranteed pick-off. If you wait BKB lasso, you're very strong. That is... where Liquid have the late game advantage, because BKB Lasso late game as initiation is incredible.
Well, they throw out a Shackle, not going to connect on a Miracle, and Tumba Man just gets eviscerated, though. Forev trying to run out, back and away, and now it's still a lot of damage coming out from the lone Druid. Miracle Ghost Scepter comes out to keep him alive, just barely able to escape Yapzor. Not quite there in time with the power shot, and now comes back in with the rest of the Nikos, but that is Matumba down.
Died so freaking fast. That was I was wondering if it was like a blade mail or something, but it was just Fira right clicking him down. Eso Mionya. That was overwhelming damage. Coming
GH. Oh, in some trouble now. They've got the Impale to follow it up. Nice BKB to turn it back around. Mind Control is here as well. They're going to try and get Forev out, and they are going to be able to do that, but that is 2 BKBs used.
Yeah, that's... And with Sniper still dead, just use your BKB on your 2 initiators. It's not going to be a Fata Mirana kill that translates into a lane of Rax or anything. They could still go for that shrine. I feel like they've maybe forgotten about it at this point because this is kind of where you want to back off and just wait for those BKBs, wait for sniper. But could have other ideas. They are thinking initiation with Batrider. It's kind of where you don't want to use your Firefly to initiate if you don't have BKB, because otherwise you get hit in the Carapace.
Oh.
And with the Mirana respawn, they want to go in. They recognize
They see
can't
Firefly's going to be down.
Fight? Sniper has no boots of travel. Can't get to this fight.
He's TPing to the tier 3 tower. That's not going to get you there quick enough, man. GH is going to break the smoke. He actually is not going to quite find the initiation, and that's Kuroki down. And, well, another net gets thrown out. They're going to lift him up. Sniper is going to show up to the rest of this one, though. Mind control, trying to get to the high ground, out and away, but not able to escape.
Ooh.
2 down, no Kuro buyback right now.
They hung around way too long there. They didn't respect the Mirana respawn and just the initiation potential, and even losing a Dazzle makes a big difference. That's all that plus armor taken away. Didn't get a weave off, there's no grave save, the Solar Crest, the Guardian Greaves, the 4-staff save, all of those saves taken away from Liquid with a DAC off, and Liquid go on the back foot. I feel like they should have backed off as soon as that BKB, Batrider, and Slaughter didn't effectively get that kill onto the Nyx Assassin, but now they're going to have to defend high ground. Batrider will have a buyback and will have BKB back up, so they can go for that pick-off play, but no Dazzle for this one.
All right, Aegis now down, getting into position. This could be the Bears' time. Miracle maybe going to look for the initiation. Buyback status, he does have it. A lot of boots of travel online as well. There's going to be the leap speed increase. They crush the bear. Arrow going out, not going to connect this time.
That's where you'd love that triple arrow. They're going to give up the racks, it looks like.
It's too easy with this damage. The Deso late game is really, really effective. And bottom lane pushed in. They got to keep their eyes on this, though, because Miracle can backdoor so quickly with those boots of travel level 2.
But he can also get punished very easily for backdooring because he's not a BKB carry. Like, he has got no escape if any, like, Nyx, Rubik, Mirana, Wind Ranger, they've all got these disables. If they TP back and catch him before he poofs out, he'll get quickly punished, so he's not going to risk it. They try to, again, we see Liquid not commit the buybacks. They're happy to give up a lane of racks if it means holding on to their buybacks. They recognize the situation this game is in and are prioritizing holding buybacks for winning a potential upcoming fight with extra lives that can win them the game. They're not playing to just save a lane of racks and then have the game extend. They're playing to win that big next fight. They're not playing for, like, they're playing for the future rather than the present, and you can find a pick now. It could be perfect for them, but doesn't look like they're going to find all too much. Won't see a Roche for another minute and a half at the earliest, and doesn't affect either team too much being down lanes of racks here with the ease that some of these heroes push out lanes.
Well, I feel like the state of the game, we started off great for Team Liquid, and they got themselves into a great position, and now sort of have been able to fight their way back into it, Bears. And almost to the point where they're going to be in the lead if Matumba Man or GH gets caught out here right at the start. Arrow for vision. Trying to find it. They're able to find out the one. The initiation comes out. Yapsor taking a ton of damage. He is going to end up going down. No, able to walk away, but he ends up falling in the end to the DOT. Fata turning down, trying to take down another. 3 are already dead. Fata in a lot of trouble now, trying to back out and is going to fall. 4 go down. Liquid with the team fight win.
They were just far enough away from Bears. When Bears came in, their invis were off on the Mirana. They were a little bit too far out of range. They were also disjointed. The Nyx stunned up the Meepo. Meanwhile, the rest of the Liquid team, the Bat and the Slaughter, the 2 frontliners who can be so chaotic, went on the entire Bears team. So Nyx was completely on his own.
All right. Buybacks in mass. Lone Druid
doesn't
hanging
want
on
to
to
use
hers.
his, yeah.
Matumba Man stunned. They don't want to initiate here. Just buy whatever possible time they can for that Lone Druid.
You'll give up a melee racks if it means Lone Druid can hold on to his buyback at this point. Liquid have buybacks, and this is where suddenly... That's why you don't buy back to defend mid. If you give up that mid racks and hold on to your buybacks, suddenly you win a fight. You haven't won the game, but you're one step away from winning the game. You're one team fight away because you've held your buyback. So Liquid know they just have to reset. They're not in a rush right now. They can even theoretically look to secure next Roshan.
Kuroki?
That's not a position he wants to be in, but...
Yeah, it's not a huge one, but everything important at this stage.
That gives you the info of where your opponents are. That was... Was that the Moonlight Shadow even to initiate out onto them, perhaps? It's on cooldown now, but... By the way, Liquid press forward. There is no Dazzle buyback. I mean, it's a hero that just... You can't really save money in the late game. If you're dying, you're economy's taking a hit, but not the biggest deal in the world. As far as heroes to not have a buyback, that's probably the one you'd choose.
We're sort of seeing that thing we were talking about with Meepo, where every additional item, sure, it's great and all, but it's not really giving you the same value that your first ones did. Double Scotty now on top of Blade and Scythe of Ice. He is a monster, but not sure if it's going to end up... I don't know. How do you feel about him in this game at this point? Like, can he initiate still? Is that something that's possible, or does he kind of have to wait to be the follow-up?
It's very reliant on the Slider and the Bat Rider. He can initiate and get control because he's got way more HP than the Bat or the Slider. Like, he's the tankiest of their whole team. So him initiating is still fine because it sets up a good lasso. It can lead to Bat Rider catching a key target like the Bear or the Wind Ranger or the Nyx. Same for the Slider. He may be able to engage on a better hero because Meepo initiates. So I think it's actually quite a good way to approach a fight with Miracle going in first. The bigger thing, rather than items for Miracle, is buyback. If he can have 2 lives, even 3 lives with an Aegis, that's where you're in a good spot. But right now, lives favor Liquid because of all those buybacks just now. Wind Ranger and Nyx and Mirana. 3 of the 4 Bears cores, we'll call the Wind Ranger one, without, does set Liquid up to take fights and win the game off of one good fight.
And there's a couple of heroes still missing Boots of Travel as well, so even if he did happen to have a buyback, since on the App Store, it wouldn't have ended up being able to be back for the fight aggressively.
Same for the Sniper. He's still holding on the phase boots. He's going for a Satanic. I like this choice. I don't know if he'll give up his buyback for it. We'll wait and see, but...
Oh, setting up for a big initiation. Adam is going to be there. They do get the stun onto him. So much damage, but Tumbleman gets the BKB off as well. And now Miracle's on top of him, looking for more. They pull back in Firo. He is going to go down. Buyback is available. Rubik trying to... Well, he's already dead, and they get the crush on the App Store as well. He's going to drop. Double from a Tumbleman, and that's 2 heroes without buyback. 100 seconds, no Wind Ranger.
Yeah, Fata barely gets himself into the trees to escape there. I think Bat Rider would have rather found Fata because that's the long respawn. Good news is Lone Druid is a shorter respawn, so he's going to be alive for the high ground defense, but it's still going to be 5v3 high ground push if they can go fast off the Roshan. And that 5, it's not really 5. Meepo is going to have 3 lives if he's the one taking the Aegis, which, yeah, he's more than happy. He'd rather an Aegis than the Scotty. That's how this Meepo hero works. Lives matter more than items in the late game, and they are going to look to break through, win this game. Perhaps just go for the Mega Creeps. The Throne is the riskier option. And just try and use their numbers advantage here. Fata pushing out the bottom lane, but realistically, he's not going to win a Throne race. Could set up the Lone Druid to TP in, though. This may be the play for Bears. Will they go for the base race?
There's definitely a possibility for it, and, well, Lone Druid, they're getting into position. Firo is going to head out. They can also have a great TP canceller there. In the Nyx, they jump forward, crush onto the Bear. If they were going to do it, they got to go now, but it looks like they instead want to try and fight this. Miracle already taking a lot of damage. Firo right-clicking him. GH goes in on top of him, but KP popped the right-clicks coming through. They are going to lose Firo. Buyback immediately. Fata dealing the damage over to the side and trying to take him down. Miracle's so low. They can't kill him off, though, and Kuroki also going to live. Everybody's still left alive. Can they take down this Miracle Meepo? There's the right-clicks. There's the stun, and there is the Aegis. Meanwhile, over to the side, Matumba Man takes down the Nyx as well. What? He was still over here.
Buyback.
Oh,
if they kill Fata, it could be over.
There's the Savage Roar trying to take him down. They do find that kill at the very least. Now, Mind Control lifted up. There's the arrow as well. Connects onto him. So they take down 2.
Oh, but Matu won. Him and Nyx both manned up on each other, and Matu lived on like 100 HP. Nyx barely dying there. The fact Matu can hold on to his buyback makes a world of difference. Having 2 sniper lives for this, what looks to be an all-in push down the mid lane, is going to be a big advantage for Liquid. It looks like they may have to use at least one of these 2 buybacks on Bat Rider or Meepo. Ideally, you only buyback the Bat, because the Bat Rider buyback is the BKB initiation. It lasts for that can pull heroes into your tier 4s. Oh, Rapier. I like it. Yeah, you kind of got to do this, but it's so hard to push in the Bat Rider. Lasso, BKB, pull someone into the tier 4s, into the Fountain, pull them into the Sniper, pew, pew, pew. It is so difficult to push.
Yeah. Well, they've got the bottom lane pressured out, and it looks like over here to the side, GH ready to pressure in the top lane.
Oh,
and with the Rapier, anything is possible. They are going to drop down some wards. This reveals that, yeah, they've been looking at him the whole time.
I think Batten wants to buy back ASAP.
Look at this.
Meepo wants to hold on to his, but if you can hold both, that's even better. And with a glyph?
Initiation. They've got him caught there. The arrow not going to end up going out. Fata taking a lot of damage and is actually going to be able to find that kill. Rapier on the ground. Yeah, that's feeling pretty close to bad. Firo trying to drop. They kill off another, and that could just be about it. GG is called. As well, Liquid, they end up winning the Meepo game. It's going to push us to a game number 3, but Bears getting spectacular in a game that should have been, in a lot of ways, lost earlier.
Yeah, holy shit, Luke. That was a best game of Dota I've seen in a while. So that was just an incredibly high level of play from both teams, so tense. That high ground defense at top lane by Bears, where they defended their melee racks and forced the Batrider back bottom and then won the fight, killing the Meepo twice. That was like some of the best decision making as a team I've seen, and I'm just happy we get a game 3 between these two.
Radiant team back. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team back. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Radiant team pick. Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Lone Druid.
Liquid's turn to pick.
Brewmaster. Keeper of the light.
Radiant team pick. Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal Maiden.
Radiant team pick.
War Chief.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Invoker.
Radiant team pick.
alchemist.
Liquids turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Spirit Breaker.
Liquids turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Lycan. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
with the invis factor that they have now, where they're at level 4 going to have permanent invisibility, and then 3 and 4 they get the cripple. How much do you rate this hero? As Firo...
what's happening bottom? Firo, you're getting very close.
Kuro?
Frostbite, he's got it.
They walked back in, Sunstrike. It's going down. First blood GH. Good start.
Yes, this hero first got implemented in 7.00. It was broken as fuck. This hero was just winning every single game imaginable. Hal was like... It was like a short cooldown Chen Hand of God. It was healing everyone and giving them damage. This hero was pushing like crazy. It was insane. It received a lot of nerfs in the 7.01. Tone it back a bit, but it's still very potent. The new Hal is really the biggest change, where you get the bonus health, as well as your Necrobooks get bonus health as well. So it's this big scary push, and at night you get the is it double or whatever? Yeah, double effect during night. So you really want to be pushing and playing around the nighttime, which is a bit counterintuitive with a Keeper of the Light, but it's not really the biggest concern as far as like if you're pushing and have a strong enough army, you don't care that you don't have that Coddle Ags heal, and Coddle may not even have an Ags at that time.
Oh. On this ward placed down as well, unlikely to get de-warded, I would imagine, unless they spotted him heading over with the observer ward placed down by Liquid. I guess it's also worth considering, do you feel like this draft from Bears is a little bit greedy at all, considering they have the Alchemist, they've taken the Lone Druid? Do they need to be concerned about the push that's going to come from Liquid?
A little bit, for sure. Alch and Lone Druid together is definitely on the very greedy side of drafts. As far as their deep push and stall goes, it's not the best as well. Spirit Breaker as a support, Rubik with him. Like, this is not the scariest support duo to contest some of those early timings. Kuro, though, will get found. Not going to go down, but does disrupt his jungle, stops him getting level 2 just by leeching that one small creep. And we'll push him back to the tower, selling his clarity. But the greed factor is definitely a concern with this last pick Lycan.
Mm-hmm. I'm also seeing a little bit of a different build out of the... Actually, I need to hold that thought. GH taking a little bit of damage here, as is Fata, but they'll face him back. We occasionally see the Invokers go for early Ring of Bassi to deal with the Acid Spray spammed out, but looks like Invoker just comfortable last hitting against him, and we're not going to be one to question Miracle's Invoker builds, but interesting look.
Yeah, Alk is winning the CS battle so far. Sunstrike. Miracle, he's getting charged. He gets the cold snap off. He's dead.
Oh, man. Timely charge there by Adam.
Firo, well played. Even without that charge, it looked like that could have been a turnaround. I don't know if Firo gets the kill without the stun, but he wasn't going to die, that's for sure. The Acid Spray was slowly welting away a Miracle. That Sunstrike was very well read by Firo.
Yeah. Heads up play indeed, and well, we're going to have to see if this ends up being a continued thing. If you're going to be going 12-13-0 on Alchemist to start the game and get a kill here, this is really going to be a problem. I guess he only got part of the kill, the assist, and did die once for that first blood, but a nice start nonetheless.
Yep. We'll see what the next moves are going to be. Adam likely wants to hit this level 2 until you get that Greater Bash. You're not the scariest roaming hero as the Spirit Breaker.
This could be the timing, though. Kuroki moves in. They're able to get the Frostbite Sunstrike as well. Firo walks backwards.
Is it going to be enough?
Really well-timed dodge. What?
Miss.
Oh, man. Alchemist a little bit lucky, mixed with skill, and they make it work. Bottom lane still gearing up for a little bit of a battle here as they're trying to chase down the Yapsor, but not going to happen.
I've seen that a few times now where you know that Invoker is going to slightly place the Sunstrike for your backstep, because the Frostbite duration is not quite enough to guarantee a Sunstrike, so you kind of predict the Alch's movement to retreat post-Frostbite, and instead of retreating, you walk into them. And it's such a great read that he walks forward, guesses where Miracle's placing the Sunstrike, and as a result, he survives once again. That's 2 missed kills in a row on this Alchemist. Firo is playing some good Dota right now.
He clears out the camps as well. At least does a decent amount of damage to the hard one. Going to use the shrine and then head back into lane also. So being able to go back there topped off, still a little bit of a problem that he's been missing out a whole wave of CS, but not the end of the world certainly. And if there's a hero that can catch back up, it's definitely Alchemist.
Yeah, I mean, Alk is one of those heroes that we saw like an earlier Alk game. This, I think it was from Bears as well, where Alk had like no CS whatsoever. I think even we saw some Nip Alchemist games, but you just fall back in the jungle with Iron Talon, slowly farm your armlet. You could have 10 CS right now in Alchemist and you wouldn't be concerned.
Adam, in the meantime, they pop the Howl. Not going to be able to run him down, obviously. He just charges on out of there. And he's been able to get that early rotation in towards mid, but been somewhat quiet since then. What do you feel like the Spirit Breaker's purpose is going to be in this game? Where's the main lane to gank?
Keep the supports preoccupied. Less perhaps about kills and just as much about just running at the CM and Coddle. These are two very squishy supports. And you can limit what they can do by just having a charge threat. They're Curas that don't like getting charged upon. Like Kuro, until he has boots, is very easy to chase down. Even if you get Frostbane, you can still chase him down after that. So I think you're less concerned about getting kills and just happy to help your team win the lanes and create space. Because you've got such a greedy lineup with Lone Druid and Alchemist. Any space you can create for those two heroes is going to go a long way.
Oh. And you can see that ward placed down deep in the jungle was spotting out CM farming and could go in there if he wanted to, but at least for now, Adam just sort of setting up for mid lane at least. Here to help out if Miracle gets a little bit too testy. Cold Snap, Sunstrike combo. And everything just kind of being status quo.
Howl coming out, but not really a threat onto Centaur 4F's life up top. We are seeing the full Exort Quaz build, at least to start with. He's gone back for a point in Wex at level 6. There's a lot of Wex Exort invokers we've seen in this tournament where there's just like this pure Alacrity Chaos Meteor combo, but it seems Miracle wants the Cold Snap Sunstrike duo for the most part, and has now got at least the one value Alacrity point.
And you can see the constant
lane
pulls over here as
They've
well,
called
but
vision.
GH shows they're going to try and go for it. A couple right clicks going in. They also have the movement slow, going to get pulled back in, and GH also getting the stone on mind control. Can they get the body blocks? They need a bash. They managed to find one, the slow, the turnaround, and he should be able to walk away from this one as rest of Bear's back.
Yep, they'll shrine it up. It looks like Kuro tipping down here, but that shrine will be scattered as Adam is on the low ground, has the Observer Ward as well, but he'll just happily walk on past. Nice little kill there. Good use of that Stampede. 4F knows he's unlikely to... He's not going to get any kills up top with it. The main downside is if he gets ganked, he won't have it to escape. But getting a kill for this safe lane, where you've got this Lone Druid trying to farm, and he's not really a hero that's can really achieve a whole lot on his own. It's a good way to use that first Stampede.
Definitely.
Alk is just teeping around Bounty Runes, by the way. He is level 4, maxed out Greevil's Greed. Bounty Rune, Bounty Rune, Bounty Rune all day long.
Oh, bottom lane in the meantime, Yapsor are going to get ran upon. They kill him before the Sunstrike hits. But I guess that is one thing. If you are just kind of running around the Alchemist, there's no pressure applied anywhere, really. I mean, not that he would anyways, but they can kind of just roam around with 3 heroes. Do you think this is fine for Firo, though?
Yeah, he's totally fine. He's farming ridiculously well for an Alk considering this game. He's fasting faster than what we've seen some other Alks do, and he may get a kill here.
Oh, Miracle, he's going to get gone upon. They do not have any detection, though, and, well, it felt like maybe there was a moment where they could have lifted, pulled back into the stun, didn't go for it. Now Yapsor just going to get a cold snap and force backing away.
Yeah, they're going for the full efficiency play where they tried to like maximize their damage output, save the lift for later on so they could channel up the Alk stun perhaps a bit longer, but unable to get the kill. Still okay, again, that's not... I mean, that would have set Bears up to be like in a big laning stage advantage. But it's not like they're in a tough spot because they missed that kill. Alchemist is still farming very well, doing a really good job just timing his movements. Like, his farming patterns have been very impressive. Whenever there's a rune coming up, he grabs that bottom bounty rune and then TPs to the top shrine to grab the other bounty rune. And then as he's there, he farms the camp. And then by the time he's farmed the camp, he walks back mid to farm the lane. So he's being very efficient with play.
And you can see there Kuroki as well, trying to run around and snipe away a couple of these camps from him whenever possible. They're bringing in mind control. The charge was chasing, so actually call that off as Adam not wanting to dive for it. A lot of vision in this jungle.
Yeah, they recognize all those heroes there, and it looks like the D-ward from Adam, well, he gets the sentry in the right place, but needs that courier to help him out. There we go, he'll be able to... Oh, we'll be able to D-ward it once mind control's out of the way.
Ah, mind control. Claps at him, backing out again.
Bit annoying. You don't have that flying. You've got to bring the courier out if you want to D-ward that now, and mind control is... This is so obnoxious.
Gonna defend the ward. Promise.
Top lane,
meanwhile, Stampede up in the top, trying to take down Matumbleman, but he got the shapeshift off, and now sort of turning his wolves back over onto them.
You're not stampeding him down. 650 movement speed. Hello. So, good job staying alive there. Doesn't quite have the money for his Vlads yet, but is level 7. We don't really see the Lycan truly come online until like that 10 to 15 minute stage as far as being able to break towers. It's a slow-paced hero early on with the early levels. I feel like Liquid's draft really hits its peak around that level Fiend Invoker, getting the double Forge Spirits. That push with double Forge Spirits, Vlad's Necrobook on Matu, that's when Liquid are kind of at their scariest.
We'll have
and they
to
want
see.
to do that before Out gets too farmed, because he could theoretically have like a Radiance by that point, but you don't want to make sure you start taking all the towers and punishing the Alk pick around that stage.
I think GH right there just did the little of the push away on the Spirit Breaker was charging in. They call it off. But again, kind of a weird laning stage, and it feels like Liquid are getting what they want out of it as far as those levels, building towards the items. When's the point where do you need to try and throw a combo breaker in there for Bears, or do you just sort of do the same thing and get that Alchemist up as Radiance?
So they have the blink on Centaur. It's kind of hard to reliably initiate for kills. They've been trying to do it with the Stampede. So they got the first Stampede kill down bottom. The second Stampede kill attempt was up top on the Lycan, which they missed. So that's kind of been their plays. Like, they're just going for these small little ganking squads. It was a Centaur and Lone Druid up top. They had 3-man gank on mid. They missed 2 of those kills they went for, which sets them back a little bit. But even failed kill attempts still create space for Fira to farm. So they're hitting their item timings on the Alchemist for the time being. They don't have to be overly concerned until that big push starts coming. They've just given up the 1 tower now at bottom, but that was kind of inevitable with this constant Coddle Brewmaster pressure.
And Yapzor in the mid lane, going to take a good bit of damage. They're going to run in with Matumba Man after the fact. Sunstrike is going to be on the mark, and now chasing Fira a little bit as well. Mind control in the area. Everybody suddenly here. Frostbite going to break the TP. Firo in a lot of trouble, stampeding, running away. There's the lift up. The Bruce Split was already committed for this, and Forev also in the area. They're trying to break this up, but Chase continues. The right clicks are there. There's the Illuminate for the kill. GH picks it up, now throwing up in the air the Centaur as well. This team fight is going terribly for Bears. Miracle is going to get the Ghost Walk out, running out and away. Mind control controlled and going to die, but they're still throwing out more damage. GH lifted up in the air. The stun comes through as well with the charge. And finally, an end of the cacophony. Sunstrike hits him. Ties the kill onto Adam. Miracle, the Magic Man. He's doing it again.
That ward's still there. It gave him the vision. That ward that
oh my god.
Ward, he ends up dying because of it. That dreaded ward. Adam is going to be so angry about that ward right now, but it's a good fight for Liquid considering the Alchemist goes down and they don't lose core hero. I mean, they lose the Matu Brewmaster, but he gets his job done trading his life for the Alchemist. Miracle and Matu stay alive, so definitely a favorable fight for Liquid, but Bears at least salvage things a little bit there towards the end, making sure they get a couple of kills in return. They charge back in, but they still have to be a little bit concerned because they do not want to see Firo going down. His item timings are crucial for the overall Bears game plan.
Yeah, definitely. That's something that they're going to have to make sure they stay up on. I've just been so impressed with Liquid's ability to invade this jungle. They've completely taken it away from the Alchemist and every hero from Bears, pretty much. I feel like this is the way that you've just got to play against an Alchemist. So take notes, everybody. He has been able to still get that farm in spite of it, though. And going now over into the Ancients and should be able to keep his farming up. Already about halfway to that Radiance.
Yeah, I want to say it was Bears themselves who are in this same position against like an NIP draft where they just had to farm only their secondary jungle. They couldn't even farm their main jungle with the Alchemist. And that's what it feels like now. Although they have regained some control. They've got good vision around their jungle, de-warded most of Liquid's vision, but Liquid can look to play around their smokes. They're going to have a Blink Dagger soon on Brewmaster they can play around. And Mind Control with his ultimate coming back up is once again in this bottom lane looking to apply some serious pressure and force Bears to come back and react to this.
Kuro right under a ward right here, though, and well, they are going to at least scout out as he places one. We'll see where he puts it.
Yeah, this feels like a dangerous place to be now for Liquid, given the Radiant vision, but does seem like they're not aware that Radiant has so much ward coverage in this jungle because they knew they would not be hanging around for too much longer. And there's the ward.
Oh, this is really big. Forev just picked up his Blink Dagger as well, and if they could find a kill onto Mind Control, he does not have his.
He's keeping out.
Okay.
He gets out.
Kuro should die here, maybe?
Matu
Matumba
may be
Man?
the bigger kill. If you can get Matu, that's big, but where did Brewmaster? He's headed... Oh, he's headed back. He just... Okay. He TP'd and then rejoined with his team, and they're once again grouping up near this bottom lane. This is kind of timing I talked about. You've got a bit earlier, but at least now you've got the levels on Lycan. He's maxed out both Feral Impulse and Summon Wolves. They missed the crush.
Oh, forever. They're going to be able to get away with that. That really hurts. Man, they needed that stun so much.
Here come Liquid, though. They've got a great initiator in the Brewmaster. And even though Yaps has stolen Shapeshift, that may save his life. It's not going to offer too much teamfight present for him.
Liquid not wanting to take it yet. It looks like they're going to turn and head over towards mid lane, at least for now. And GH going to get charged. They realize what's happening. They're coming in this direction. There's the force back out and away. And looks like they are going to be able to escape. But on the other side, Firo controlled the Kuro ulti. It's going to end up killing him. No, he gets away. The Shrine is there as well. The turnaround. Oh, Kuro. It was so close, but gonna be just a little bit too far away. And Firo will live. It does not look like they're going to end up taking down Mind Control, though. Firo stuns himself. TP, not enough mana.
Continuing to juke you. Should get found unless they...
Oh my god, what? They didn't find him. Kuro gets out.
That Sentry Ward up there, I guess he thought maybe Kuro warded and then TP'd out, so the Sentry won't find anything. Kuro gets out. What a play from Yapser, though. In Dream League, we had a nickname. We were calling him Yappy Hot 4 because he was just making so many plays. He felt like the hottest 4-position player out there at the time, and that was a sick reaction from him. He gets in there, just manages to lift and cancel the freezing field, saving the Alchemist's life at the last second, turns it around with the freezing field. Very well played by him, but somehow no one dies, I guess. That's a thing.
Yeah, right.
That favors Bears, though, like keeping their Alchemist alive. He has his Relic now. He's about to finish the Radiance itself. 16 minutes in. Considering the aggressive lineup of Liquid, at least their mid-game aggression, you're very happy with this.
All right, and another initiation could be coming. Forev, a chance to redeem himself after that failed stun in the bottom lane, which of course, it happens from time to time, but it would be a big one here if they could pick it up.
Yeah, it's one of those, Matu like slightly stuttered and moved his hero back right as he went in. Caught him by surprise with it. And we'll see the bottom tier 2 tower go down. Bears were positioned around the top side of the map. They had the Alch farming up top. They didn't want to be too far away from him. They also felt like they could age on mid, so they wanted to play on the top side of the map, but Liquid seem aware of that. Kuro's like circling like the entire jungle, like they're somewhere here, guys. Yeah. Here's the information. But I mean, he's spot on. He did circle half the mini-map, but he is accurate in his assessment.
They're somewhere up there, absolutely. Well, Tier 2 tower ostensibly going to be traded since they took down the bottom one. It looks like Liquid actually want to take this fight.
In. Yeah.
All right. Stampede's still available. They're going to blink out. I think that they do escape from this one. Yapsor not going to get controlled, and Sunstrike playing out on the mark. But that's Radiance timing. 16 minutes.
Yeah. So what's the Lycan timing looking like for his Necro book? He's got Necro 1. Okay. So with Lycan, this is where you're at this point where all it takes is one good team fight, and it's Aegis. One good team fight, and it's tier 2 towers down. And then another good team fight, and you're pushing high ground. So this is the stage of the game where Bears have to be very careful about how they approach team fights, which team fights they choose. If anything, they want to be avoiding any possible fights. Like, you've got this Radiance, but use it to farm. Don't try and fight into Liquid's draft, because this Primal Split can win them fights, and then they've got a draft that will quickly turn a one team fight into towers.
Oh, they throw out the ulti. Tornado is going to connect, though. Sunstrike as well. Why not? See you later, Adam. And now Matumba Man looking to finish this off. A good Savage Roar will keep the rest of Liquid back, but
that's Roche, though. Yeah. So it's not even. It doesn't even have to be a team fight, as Liquid prove. It can be just a single pick off and spells being used. You use a Stampede, we kill your Spirit Breaker, we go into Roche. Whether or not Forev can do anything about this, we'll have to wait and see. He's got a Blink Crush, and Yapster is in the neighborhood, but Alchemist is just not fight ready. Lone Druid is just looking to be a bit too squishy to really try and fight as well, so no contest for Roche.
Yeah. Miracle picks up the Aegis, picks up a Blink Dagger as well, and with GH out there standing guard, it feels like it's just so hard to move up and contest. Blinding Light is there, Illuminate spam, Mana Leak, everything. And now, is this the timing where we start to see them attempt to really just burn down all of these towers? Is it that point in time in the game?
Absolutely. They're going to be the 5-manning Deathball team. Bears are going to be the split-pushing, let's somewhat avoid fights kind of team. They have got smoke, so I mean, outside of split pushing, they can try and smoke for pickoffs, but they don't really want full-on 5v5 engagements when the Primal Split is up. Liquid are the ones who would love those kind of a team fight. Mid lane, Forev needs to. It doesn't have a blink. Okay, looks like Kuro was just out of range of Mind Control. Was also a bit too far away. But yeah, this is where Liquid will try and barrel down lanes, and Firo will try and split push the side lanes using his boots of travel.
Oh my god, another combo catches out for Rev, the full meteor, and well, can they get the slow? Not going to be there. Croaky would love some form of initiation item, but he is sort of that poor Crystal Maiden.
But similar to that last Stampede, it's a defensive Stampede to save lives, and it allows an objective to be taken. Last time it's a Roshan, this time it's a tier 2 tower. They will likely have to back off and wait for another shapeshift to happen, but they may even have a pick. Yep,
oh my god!
Sniped.
All right,
Great
Miracle, the lift up. Tornado
tried to
is
do
just
the
working.
Firo play and walk forward to dodge it, but it was just not enough time to dodge it, and Al could theoretically... The threat to the high ground is much more to force Bears back, and when they see the hoof stomp and the acid, they may have to retreat here, but good damage being done by Liquid.
I don't know, they're dealing a good bit of it, definitely, and the spam out the Illuminate, it does look like Liquid are at least going to back for now, and
yeah,
I mean, it is sort of more value now, taking down those tier 3 towers and being able to shut down the shrines. Something to think about a little bit.
Necrobook wears off though, shapeshift in 25 seconds, so they'll change course and head towards top. Miracle will just casually Sunstrike Fata. These are... Oh, that Illuminate didn't land. If that Illuminate hits, he's down to like 200, 300 HP. This just guarantees you push this top lane, because you know this Lone Druid's suddenly half HP. He doesn't really want to fight half HP, but GH taking a too aggressive play in mid lane. There was actually a Radiant Ward scouting him out there.
Wow, and this is a huge steal for Yapster as well. The Illuminate, level 4.
Oh,
this is something that they
nice.
like that mixed together with Fade Bolt basically stops the push of Liquid every time now.
Yeah. I love watching GH with how aggressive he plays as a support, but sometimes he does it like, he overdoes it. In a moment when he doesn't need to, you're playing like a more 5-man Deathball lineup. Last game, seemed fine for. He needed to be playing that chaotic initiator type role where he put himself in these dangerous positions. But when you're the team that wants to group up, take towers, he doesn't need to be there. He wasn't really achieving a whole lot. He was theoretically dealing with the split push by spamming out mid lane, which is where he'll go once again, but getting picked off like that doesn't feel like a spot he should have been.
Thankfully, he's back there together with the team. Oh, maybe in some trouble now, though. Forev finds the initiation on him. Matumba Man, they still have the Blinding Light to push back the Force Staff away. GH still fine for the moment. Counterplay comes in, though. Miracle is there. Adam trying to run out and away. He is going to drop. The Illuminate spam goes back the other direction now. The ulti has already been used. Fata's been controlled. He's going to go down as well. Liquid taking no prisoners in this one. And, well, a Sunstrike back over there doesn't quite catch Yapsor.
The doggy is doing Lycan things. He's just going from one objective to the next. You don't need to be all that farmed on a Lycan to get the job done, and we're seeing that for... He's getting heavily out-farmed by an Alchemist, but what Lycan does with the farm he's got is a lot more than what the Alchemist does right at this stage of the game. Bears need to continue to buy time. They need to get that Manta plus Octarine core up before Alchemist is even with those items, I feel like he needs the armor item on top, the Shiver's Guard, before he's totally fight ready. And Liquid again, they take the objectives, they fall back. They'll wait for the shapeshift, wait for the Necrobook cooldown, and this time will be a Necro 3 coming up for their push.
And maybe thinking about going on it when it was the Centaur alone, but...
Firo at top? Good. Oh no, he's actually... Miracle's in the trees here. Will he go in?
GH, this is not the play they want to go for. Kuro stunned, yeah. Well, there's going to be a tornado combo. They kill off Adam at the very least, but this is on the stomp. They're not going to be able to take down Miracle.
Forev guessed wrong. That would have been such a big kill. If they find Miracle there, even though he's got Aegis, that's similar to Game 1 Shadow Fiend, where he has Aegis, but he dies twice. That was a very unfortunate guess from Forev. If he had gone to the south, he knew Miracle blinked in those trees, he just didn't know which spot. That was the big kill that would have suddenly made this game a lot easier to play for Bears.
Right.
The Aegis will be expiring soon, but it would have at least been... I mean, you kill Miracle regardless, whether you have to kill him twice or not.
Oh, and they're not expecting him right there.
Oh.
Just a little bit off the mark. Guy's going to be able to get with the Sunstrike very low. And this is the other thing that's so cool about this lineup. You know, he TPs back home, gets full up, and then Keeper of the Light is able to pull him back in with the recall. So particularly once this Ags comes up and online for Coddle, this game just blows wide open. So I don't even feel like Liquid have yet hit their complete and total peak. They've still got a little bit of room here to grow. And I don't know, Bears, what's the big answer at this stage?
Just stall it out. Like, there's not much more to be said. They can't really initiate too easily into the Liquid. Their Liquid squad, their team fight is just too potent. Blinding Light is really hard to fight into for both Alchemist and Lone Druid. Play around your high ground defense. Potentially you smoke up to try and contest that Roshan using the center initiation, but fighting into the team fight of Brewmaster. And now the Miracle Invoker getting all his levels. He's got level 18 coming soon. His combos really starting to heat up. I mean, he is just such a dangerous Invoker player to go up against. He is so good at finding those pickoffs in the team fights. We've seen it time and time again where he just snipes a Spirit Breaker all by himself. He almost got the Lone Druid at the end there. He is one freaking scary Invoker. And there's an Assault Crest as Matu's next item. So this is the item that they'll have possibly around Roche number 2, which will allow them to look to break the high ground and make this Alchemist. This Alchemist is looking fairly squishy against all this right-click damage coming out from the Invoker and the like, and not to mention all the nuke damage, like Coddle Illuminate, Invoker Sunstrikes, Chaos Media
Here's
combos.
the timing.
There is damage everywhere.
Fata ends up breaking the smoke there, but a key couple of items. We have Mind Control Aghanims done as well as Coddles, and Miracle's actually all alone up top here. Can they go on
coming.
Him? They're looking for
it. They're hoping he walks in the jungle. If he walks in, he's channeling the stun.
Going
recall,
for initiation. They've got him. There's the initiation with the double edge, but Firo ended up stunning himself. Adam's still looking. Tornado save last second. There's going to be the Deafening Blast pushback. And meanwhile, mid lane in some trouble. Sunstrike looking, not going to hit, but they're hitting the tower in the mid lane. Heals coming out from GH as well. Matumba Man.
Recall number 2.
Oh, did they actually break the TP? Did they break that TP of... They don't have the Centaur here for this fight. They broke his TP. Miracle is now in there. Firo trying to get back. They're going to stampede it out, and another Illuminate spam should be able to keep Matumba Man alive if they want to turn it back around. Rooted. Miracle. Still in trouble. They pushed him back up to the high ground. There's
the Savage Roar helps him escape
the stun for forever. They get the follow-up stun. The damage is coming out so much. Matumba Man able to back out in a way very, very low. Can they get the heals? They end up killing him.
Stolen Illuminate.
Absor. Oh, man. That was gorgeous. And in the meantime, they have the ulti that comes out from the Panda, which is going to be able to turn this back around somewhat, but he might end up dying himself. Nice blink out and away. This is going to be a self-stun for Zero.
Yeah, he's got no targets, and Miracle has a combo ready to go. Is he going to get able to kill Pharaoh? The Chemical Rage is on cooldown. Another great Blinding Light, and Spirit Breaker Adam in all sorts of trouble.
Savage Roar saved their life right there, but they still managed to take down that Spirit Breaker. Carnage in the middle lane as every freaking person died, pretty much. But another stun onto Miracle. They can't really finish it up, though.
That was... that Savage Roar, like, my first thought was like, oh, that's helping Miracle escape the high ground where he was out of position by giving him the bonus movement speed, until 4F hits a 4-man stun into 4-man Illuminate. That AoE damage was absurd, but now that Lycan's back, the instant recall in. Matu is ready to go. Necro 3, he wants this Rax. Problem is, Bears are also back alive as 5.
And they do hold. They're holding on to this right now. The Tornado comes out, is not going to connect onto anybody. Necro Book's out as well. Savage Roar, get the hell out of my base.
The heal from the Coddle Illuminate helping all those summons stay nice and healthy, as does the Howl, giving them the bonus HP.
Oh, they tried to get the follow-up there as well. Firo does kill off the Necro Book finally, and Matumba Man shapeshift. They look like they want to go in. A couple right clicks onto Forev.
Don't think they can sustain this push without the Necrobooks. Miracle also very low on mana. They've got sustain in terms of the heals, but as far as like mana goes and their spell usage, it does feel like Liquid should probably backing off now. Roche has respawned. Shrines are also available for the taking, so it does seem like the time to back off and then recall your way back in. Miracle will heal up his mana pool, likely get recalled by the Coddle, and then could theoretically go for this shrine, but you're also in a vulnerable position. This is where if you're Bears, you want to smoke out, try and find some kills, try and stop this Roche, impending Roche from happening. Kuro himself wants to smoke, almost acknowledging that that's exactly what Bears are going to be doing as well. Bears have smoked up, headed towards that Roche pit, but need to do the same.
This is a really scary moment for... Oh, the newly minted Lincolns. Keeps him alive. Wowza.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. A little bit of a pause.
DC. Yeah, Brew DC. They had a split second of vision of Invoker. They didn't even have a moment to think about his item. So the Yapsor didn't get to check the Lincoln Sphere on him. Definitely no mistakes there. And Centaur was expecting a lift into a stun, so absolutely no mistake there made by Bears. It was just the item pickup from Miracle allowing him to not get caught out there. Whether or not he would have died is another matter. Who knows whether the burst damage would have been enough. I imagine if they'd got into stun with a potential charge or unstable concoction follow-up, it would have been a kill onto Miracle, but he survives, and Bears have to back off. They've got no mana on this Centaur. They've used Stampede. This may just be a free Roche for Liquid.
This is huge. They have a shrine available, which they can use.
Oh yeah,
it looks like that's what they're going to go for. But
yeah, if they want to contest Roche, they have to.
It feels to me right now like Liquid have to get this Aegis, whereas Bears, if they don't get it, it's not great, but it's not the end of the world. How much pressure are Liquid under right now? Would you agree, or are you just...
I'm not totally on the same page. I think Liquid is still, like, their timing window is still going to last them another 3 to 5 minutes. They're very strong. There's Assault Crest coming on Matu. The Invoker scales incredibly well to the late game as an Alchemist counter as well. So I feel like there's actually pressure on Bears to stop Roche from happening.
Okay. Well, Savage Roar comes out. They push back GH for the moment. Also worth noting that Spirit Breaker breaking the Linken's in the bottom lane. We're going to have to keep our eyes on that as well. They have that ability to instantly take it off. Yep. They manage to have vision on Miracle in these extended fights.
That's actually the other really big reason to go this Linken's build. Like, when he's pushing up top, he was so close to dying up top lane. If that Alchemist managed to get the concoction off, which he was like maybe 5 range away from getting off, he just managed to get it. Get out of range before the stun wore off. Like, that's a kill on Miracle. But with a Linken's here, you know when that charge is coming. So the second your Linken's pops, you just blink out of a lane. You don't show on the map. But when you've got your Linken's up, you can show anywhere on the map you want, knowing that you're not being charged. The counterplay could be like you charge a creep and try stun your way through Miracle, but that in itself that's very unreliable.
Well, Yapsor. He's also building now back into the next one. Neither side really wanting to take that next step towards moving in, and the big bad man, Mr. Roshan. But they've got the vision in there with the Wolves, so should be able to scout that out consistently, Liquid, if they want to try and make that move.
Their play seems to be split push bottom, force Bears to come defend, and then go. Miracle, he gets his Linken's pop, he backs off. If Linken's is back up, he can now push out again, knowing that he can't be charged. So it's this constant pressure from Miracle. He's even using the Chaos Meter just to push faster. Alacrity's up for Forward Spirit. Someone has to come back and defend. It's going to be Alchemist. The second they see Alchemist, they may head into this Roshan pit. They're recalling Miracle. Matu is going to TP. Roche is on the menu for Liquid.
And obviously not having that recall is going to make a pretty big difference. Do they have an idea that this is happening? I'm sure that Bears have to know it, but being able to come and contest a completely different matter. Forev is there. They're also split pushing, though, the top lane.
Yeah.
Lone Druid hits pretty hard on buildings, is what I've heard. Have their mana leak onto Forev. Sunstrike. Mind Control on top of him. Now they have the Curl ulti as well, able to almost bring him down. Forev is going to fall here. So no Lone Druid.
I think he misclicked. I think he double clicked his TP because he popped his Mjolnir and then TP'd. I thought he was TPing to the fight, but he TP'd to the mountain. Only explanation is he misclicked and double clicked his TP in my mind. So unfortunate mistake for Fata, and Roche secured as well as 2 kills for Liquid. That look, because Fata had 2 plays. He either split pushes top, tries to trade Roche for like the tier 3 tower, or he comes and fights. It looks like he was taking the second approach. He even popped the Mjolnir before he TP'd.
All right. Yeah, definitely an odd one. So huge moment right there. Ends up being into the favor of Liquid quite heavily. And now Aegis online with Lycan as well as an AC. You've got all of these items up. The only downside is it's not daytime, but...
that helps the Howl out. It hurts the Coddle Heal. The Coddle Heal is better than the double Howl, so... Where is it? I mean, 200 hero bonus health becomes 400. Minions get 200 health extra too, so... You're okay with it being nighttime.
Definitely. Savage Roar didn't really end up forcing anybody back here. The Alchemist illusions are starting to become a bigger and bigger problem.
Yes.
During core there.
They've got Radiance too, so it's that mischance on all the summons, on the Lycan himself.
Oh, Stun Matubba, man. The Tornado to interrupt everything, though, and there come the heals.
There's the heal. You're gonna get the free Spirit Bear and get the Raxia. Denied by Pyrrha.
All right, well, pulling them back in. A couple more right clicks. They're able to get the ulti now. Another stun, but the nice 4-step out and away. A 2-person stun comes in from the Alk, but it should just be able to be a quick exit for Liquid, as I don't think that Bears have the ability to really chase.
It looks like they're just going to roll their way down bottom lane now. Voka TP's back, picks up his Soul Booster, close to an Octarine Core. Rest of the team are going to wait around the jungle perhaps expecting Bears to try and set up, get some vision outside of the base, and just let Miracle solo push the lane for now. The other 4 teammates can quickly and easily recall him back in should they need to, but it's going to just be GH spamming out the pending waves, and now Bears have to find some way to defend the charge on GH. Are they going to look to engage before Miracle's here? That seems like a bold choice, which they're not going to go for.
Yeah.
Alp needs buyback. He's short buyback, so may not see him TP until he gets a bit more gold, which he'll quickly find.
And I mean, you can
short,
keep that pressure out as well. Like the other thing is just being able to make sure that they're keeping some pressure on that top lane while this bottom lane is kind of all going wrong. And well, they do start to hit away at this tower. It's tough to figure out what the great answer is. They just don't have the initiation to deal with it or the damage to follow it up.
Does look like Liquid happy to slowly siege and chip away at this one. Just use the forward spirits, the alacrity. Bam on Miracle. Lycan's not even really committing too much for the high ground. He's happy to select the summons to most of the damage. Perhaps with this heal backing him up, he will go in with the Howl. There's the stun, just throwing him down. Nice blinding light, pushes
out
for
of
him
there. There's the big combination as well. Tornado lift up a hell of a lot of damage. Fata as well as Yapzor going down. Miracle, the Magic Man with a triple kill, looking for a bit more. Can they take down Firo? They're going to throw out the EMP combo. Matumba Man a little bit low. Firo out of mana, out of time. There is the lift up onto the Centaur immediately. He is not able to get the counter initiation play. Forev wanted it badly, and well, Rubik stole split. This might be the way back into it. Able to stun on Matumba Man. Firo looking for a bit more. Another great lining light. GH trying to chase. They are going to be able to find him and get that kill, but Matumba Man's still out and away. Aegis not expired. They're trying to find that kill, but they couldn't quite get him.
They can kill Matu twice.
This would be a big one.
Caught. Yep, that's one death, and not sure Miracle can save him. He's going to go for it.
Oh, the meatball drops down, but it's not quite enough. There is the lift up, so maybe going to be able to get him out of there. The Deputy Blast goes out as well. Miracle, Ice Wall, not going to be able to get him. Triple kill for Fata, and Miracle just going to be able to get recalled out.
Nice attempt from Miracle. If there was ever any doubt who is the Invoker genius out there, perhaps the best Invoker in the world, although there are maybe some people who would contest that. Miracle making a good claim to that title right there with some of his plays in that team fight. Don't get the racks though, but a lot of buybacks were forced out. The Centaur as well as the Rubik as well as the Lone Druid. He couldn't take advantage of that short respawn time. He's not level 20 yet. Even if he was, he likely would have had to buy back because Liquid were right at the door. Team Bears. So 3 buybacks is what it takes to hold on to the high ground. Alk still has his. Means he can transition to his next item, which is going to be an Ag Scepter. Centaur Ag seems like the best bet here as far as Ags go. Rubik is not bad, but I think this Rubik is just too squishy, as we'll see. Miracle
going deep for this one. Okay. Expected that he was just going to be able to find it, and well, that is not the play.
Yeah, Miracle has been cursed. He's no buyback. What just happened?
What?
This is the last time I talk up a player. Yeah, Lyrical. That was insane. That was very questionable.
I feel like GH has been rubbing off on him a little bit.
Put him back down, you know. He thought he had a free kill on the Rubik, and then he could escape, like blink out and get recalled, I guess. But he gets punished and does have. Like, he actually has no buyback right now. Bears don't know that. That is the good thing. Bears don't know the buyback status, but boy, is that a big misplay.
Yeah.
Breathing room, towers. At least one tower going to be claimed.
And particularly a lineup like this
Centaur.
that we've talked about, that it's like it's a lineup that's built around like strong timings, and if not only are you going to be able to like not pressure during this point, but also your team, the enemy team, builds up ground. Really, really rough.
Well, I mean, this is one of those tense games, like those moments. Like sometimes you think you have a play which can open things up for your team, and we saw it top with Fata where he accidentally TPs back to the fountain where he didn't mean to, I can only imagine, and this game is in a place where it's still not one for Liquid. That one lane advantage, the late game is still very potent with this Alchemist Lone Druid duo, and the Centaur Ag Scepter is a big game changer. You look at those Invoker combos at bottom lane. If Centaur has an Ag Scepter with a Stampede, damage mitigation makes a big difference as far as keeping the whole Bears team alive.
Yeah, and I think it's a testament to the fact, too, like, you look at these huge items that are up and online now, Octarine Core for Keeper of the Light, you're getting so much farm on these heroes. Like, these games have been going long. You can't stay perfect through all of them, so really, really impressive display from all these players, and waiting to see, I mean, how good is this Octarine Core for Coddle?
Oh, Forev went for the blind blink stomp onto GH, didn't quite get him, but they still see him with the high ground ward. Adam loses that vision, won't go for any kind of a deep dive or charge. I mean, all of Coddle's spells this game are amazing still. Mana Leak, it's like, can cripple the Centaur, take away his mana pool, keep heroes locked in place, Illuminate for the AoE damage, the wave clear. Chakra is probably his weakest spell in the late game, but it's still useful. Blinding Light is incredible. It's going to force out BKB or an MKB on Fata. It looks like he's queued up the BKB. Alchemist himself is not going to have a good answer for the Blinding Light, so it's a very good Octarine just to reduce all those cooldowns.
Yeah. Well, and I think that also, like, the cooldown reduction is kind of unique.
This bottom range racks. There's the Lycan Rat, Dota. I'll get the free range racks.
Oh, dirty. I've forgotten about this hero and what it can do to your soul. It's kind of frustrating.
I mean, for one player, he's enjoying it.
Definitely.
To see Lycan had it back into captain's mode. That was a direct Ice Frog buff to Team Liquid.
Right.
But this game's still not over yet. Ags number 2. This one will be Rubik's. Yapsaw. See what he can do now in these fights. We've seen some big steals from him. A couple nice Illuminates, and then the Primal Split, of course, has been a very nice steal as well throughout this game.
The Invoker, I feel like whenever you go up against him as Rubik, it's just like throwing themselves back at him and can be just as quick. But, well, Kuroki going to get charged here. They do have the Glimmer Cape, realizing that something could be afoot, and we'll back out for the moment. As Firo? Yeah, he's fine.
Yes, Bears playing on the front foot. They want to not allow Liquid to secure that next Roshan. Rosh is actually back up. Not that Bears have the easiest way to get in there and take it, but they feel like they can take out this last out of tower.
On Miracle jumps forward for Ev, hits the stun onto a mind control, counter initiation comes in. They do have the Bruise Split that's already been used. Now looks like the Storm Panda going to be looking for another play, but actually walking uphill ends up getting it fogged a little bit, and they are going to be able to pull back for Ev. Nice Blinding Light.
With Blinding Light, like seeing how he uses it as a positioning tool throughout this game, the pushing the center in at the bottom lane when they were pushing high ground plays like that. Fully understands what this spell can do. Top lane, Miracle has found the poor Rubik with that
Yapsaw.
Not going to help you.
Well, wanted to make something happen there, but a little bit unfortunate. Miracle spotted him, and then obviously Shiva's guard to get that vision, and now that does pave the way for Roshan. No buybacks right now on Rubik or the Centaur, so they will be able to take this again, and a little bit concerned now for Bears. Their high ground defense, a little bit hurt at this point.
I mean, last time they lost the mid racks, but defended bottom lane. They've got a bit more in terms of items now. But as do Liquid, so this Aegis may be perhaps that bottom melee racks. Ideally, they want to go top since there's still the full tier 3 tower and racks there. So if they can get one lane, top lane's going to be the bigger claim for them. Miracle's going to defend top and then likely get recalled. It potentially could TP back, but ideally just use the recall cooldown. And now Bears' high ground defense will be tested once again. BKB, not quite enough money for Fata. Similarly, he may be thinking buyback is more important for this high ground defense.
You know what would be really interesting here coming up pretty soon is the Spirit Breaker Aghanims. It feels like that's, I mean, the next one, the Bear Aghanims isn't really going to be that effective until you get more items.
Yes,
but that
the
AoE,
stun, yeah. I also like a very small thing that I've noticed Fata's doing. He's carrying a mango. This is like a really cool little small play. It just means if he gets mana leaked and has to run away, he can pop the mango up when he's on 0 mana to make sure he can still get off something like a Savage Roar or like a Rabbit to give him the extra movement speed. So very small thing, but like for the small price point, if you've got an item slot, it's worth carrying.
Definitely. Maybe a little bit unfortunate for the team that he does have that extra item slot at this point, but
yeah, you'd rather he's 6-slotted. But
work with what you got. Well, jumping forward, mind control, hitting away onto these barracks, or tower rather. Yapsor gets the pull back in. Firo gonna follow it up. Mind control eats the cheese. Oh, he is gonna be able to live through this one, at least for the moment. Has the Bruce split still if he wants to use it. And meanwhile, bottom lane, they're getting split push here. Matumba Man making it work, and they're pulling them back and forth across the map. Such a frustrating game to play right now. Spata forced down their bottom, and now they're going to turn forward. They've been able to stun up Firo for the moment and trying to look for more. Oh, Forev, he couldn't get it off. He is in trouble now, and well, with the Bruce split going, they're gone bottom, they're gone top. Matumba Man is going to end up dropping for this, but that's just the Aegis. And now, up here in the top lane, Firo left completely alone. He is going to end up going for the stun in just a second. Miracle able to get out and away, and able to pop the BKB before the stun hits him. Looking for a Miracle. Fata on top of him. The right click's coming through. They have the death stun as well. Ice Wall going to be able to keep him, but now the charge comes through from the Spirit Breaker. Yapsor looking for more Stolen Stampede. They lift up onto Kuro to break that ulti, and oh my god, he cold snapped and blinks back away. Adam in some trouble. They're gonna take him down. Oh no, and now everything goes out. GG gets called. They can't hold Liquid. They end up taking it in the end.
Jeez, every single game of this series was fantastic. That's what's impressed me most. Like, I look at that, like the first best of 3 we had today, 3 games, but very draft driven. Like game 1, I felt like all 3 games were slide out drafts. Game 2 was a heavily out draft for Secret with the TA over the Zeus. None of these 3 games felt like it was a big out draft. Maybe game 2 with the Meepo last pick was like a Liquid favored draft, but it didn't feel like they won single-handedly because of the draft. These were games that came down to execution, big team plays, and really big individual plays. GH got on his coddle, had some really nice blinding light pushbacks. Miracles Invoker showed up big time every stage of this game. The early to mid game Sunstrike from Tornado combos, he was getting kills all over. The late game teamfight presence, and even Bears themselves did such a good job holding on, buying time for the Alchemist to get farmed. They just got pulled apart in the end by that Liquid.
turn to ban. Liquids turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Liquids turn to pick.
Slada.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Rubik.
Dire team pick.
Dark Seer.
Liquids turn to pick.
Keeper of the Light.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquids turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquids turn to ban. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
War Chief.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Weaver.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Juggernaut.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Invoker.
Dire team back. Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to pick.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Spirit Breaker.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Luna.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
That's kind of what I'm curious about what Ferev's item build on this Darkseer is going to be, because obviously they want sustain, so mech, Greaves, Pipe, any combination of those three. Hell, even a Crimson Guard wouldn't be so bad, but it would probably be the Centaur who builds that. But I think a Blink Darkseer could also be extremely useful this game, because they are going to need to kill Coddle if they want to go for pushes. Like, early game, maybe you're gonna get pushed back by Illuminate, but it's only early level, whatever. Late game, though, you can't exclusively rely on the Centaur, or even the Manta Illusions of a Luna, because they're just gonna get blown up by Illuminate.
So in this case, are you thinking like go for the mech, maybe full out Guardian Greaves, and then try and time your Blink deck or timing on Forev with Yapsor's Blink so they can get that nice comp?
People off. Kuro's charge can lead straight into a Sunstrike if he gets his early ultimate as well. Thanks to a couple Sunstrike kills, then that increases the kill power of the Spirit Breaker twofold. Allows you a lot more time to be able to disable heroes and get damage out of them, and opportunities for more 17%. So I sort of surprise positioning here is going to be able to catch GH out. Now they've already got the stun onto the Luna, so they're not going to be able to get that extra help. But it looks like with Yapzor and the body blocks and the very, very squishy HP of the Coddle, they will manage to get that first blood. Mind Control's trying to get some damage on Adam in return, but the damage has already been done. They've got that first blood for Adam. He's going to be able to pick up some fast boots, and they'll fare a lot better against this aggro dual lane.
Yeah, he has telekinesis up, but Yapzor does not have the mana for a second stomp yet. He's not sipping on his clarity, but I mean, it's not easy to get a kill on the Slardar. Just getting the kill on the Coddle was important enough that, well, actually, they might go for it again. Oh boy.
GH, he laid the counter ward down in lane, but he's still being scattered out, so he's going to be caught once again. The telekinesis into the stomp. They do have a nuke coming out from the Luna as well. He's holding on to it. Looks like Yapzor is going to be the one to claim the kill. I think they really wanted to get it to Yapzor. The way that Yapzor was playing that out, maybe he really feels like he needs the fast Tranquil Boots to be more effective as a roamer.
That would definitely make sense. It's a risky gambit, but it's working really well so far. And I mean, even Mind Control is kind of like, what do I do here? Spirit Breaker charged up, but that was just mainly just to get out of the bot lane. Now he's gonna go back over to the secret shop. I don't really know what Kuro's gonna do right now then, because Slardar's not having a good time, so this safe lane is basically won for Bears in my eyes.
Yeah, it seems like it. And the off lane for Bears is going pretty well, too. Darkseer early on is able to actually put a decent amount of pressure onto the Weaver. Of course, Weaver still one of the better safe lane cores to deal with this 1v1, and it'll just get better over time.
Invis Kuro has the rune, but Furo salves up, so he's back to full, and it is actually going to be a QE Joker, so...
Okay. Well, see a small stun onto Furo. Kuro just trying to make use of this double damage. No, that's not a double? Jesus, that's just cosmetic.
Immortal.
Jesus Christ, that's confusing. Holy shit. All right, well, it's still, I mean, I'm surprised he hasn't stuck around to pick up level 2 somewhere. He finally does, but those first charges, they aren't really threatening at all without having the bash.
Yeah, no, I like how he went for the right click out of the invis, and I was like, oh man, if he gets a first bash, then I'm like, wait, he's still level 1. And Miracle actually did not invoke Cold Snap during that entire thing, but I mean, I guess there was no way you're going to get a kill attempt anyway, so might as well conserve your mana for when you finally can get a kill attempt.
Yeah, what is with that? Because I thought the Wexord build was better versus the Juggernaut because Jug can spin out, but I guess he's been threatening enough with Cold Snap that he feels like he can just burn through the mana of Furo.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, just forcing out the healing wards. Furo is maxing out the Blade Spin, so it's going to be an issue, especially if Yapsor can get a stop, but he's not fast enough, even though... Oh no, yeah, he doesn't have his Tranquils completed yet. He has the money for it, though.
So if he wants to head back to base, use the next courier round, he'll get those Tranquil Boots, and that'll be a big upgrade for him. Move around the map a lot quicker and maybe able to close that distance well enough to be able to get successful ganks. JH is still here in the top lane. He did manage to pick up his level 2, but it feels like Mind Control is not feeling this lane so much anymore. Picks up the 4-minute rune, dealt with the neutrals, but not going to spawn again. So they'll have to try and make this work. Adam and Yapsor continue to zone out these heroes. This laning ward has done so much for them. Fada's going to run into Mind Control here. The sprint does allow him to phase through Fada. Fortunately, he got through him before the sprint actually wore out there.
And now Adam and Yapsor might even be confident they're going to leave this Luna alone as they go for a smoke on the mid lane.
The ping comes out from GH, though. He's pinging on the cliff. I think he's saying, hey, they're rotating up here. And there's the successful scan, so Miracle shouldn't be caught out by this one.
Forev, all swarmed up.
And he's dead. There it is. Matu picks up the kill. Thank you, Kuro, for the assistance. Adam actually managed to get all the way behind Miracle, so even though they got the scan, they made the read, the supports are coming, and all that, he may still manage to get this one because of a very deep ward, like that you ping that one out there, and a full rotation on the right-hand side. Miracle's playing on the right-hand side because he's expecting the rotation to come over here, but now caught by the telekinesis. Here comes the spin. Nice cold snap. That's going to stop the hoof stomp. Yapsor can't close it, but the blade spin is still good enough. Miracle responded the best way he could, as well as the rest of Liquid. All instant TPing like that was nice. Kuro barely managed to get away from the Darkseer bottom lane. Almost ends up dying to that Ion Shell.
Well, Furo needs to be careful here, though. His Blade Fury is down. He doesn't have the mana for it. He's...
Sunstrike! Ooh! Miracle gets the revenge on Furo.
Thank you for putting that anime touch to it. It really added to the epicness of it.
I'm sure it did. I know Miracle likes his anime.
Of course.
That's for him. That's for him, not for you.
You got a new demographic.
Mm-hmm. It did rotate Matu out of that lane, so Freb is actually getting quite a bit. Despite dying once, he is... he's not totally top of the board. 32-0, tied up with 32-15 Fada.
Yeah, but it's a hell of a lot than this. What this Slar is getting, that's for sure. Slar is sitting on 13-0, and I mean he's only level 5, whereas the Darkseer is level 6.25. So really, the offlane is going much healthier for Bears, which is to be expected. Darkseer is a more crush, illuminate, a lot of damage on Fada, but Darkseer is a much better offlaner than Sagar, especially in a 1v1 situation.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I was actually just trying to figure out whether or not Forev was super far ahead, but then I remembered, hey, Fada's had a total free lane. He's probably picked up almost every single CSN lane, so it's not surprising that Fada is even with Forev, who is oftentimes going to be picking not just the laning phase creeps, but also some neutrals as a bonus as well. So you're used to kind of seeing this 1v1 Darkseer be way ahead in CS over everybody, but it is really just showing the strength of this defensive tri lane that Fada is actually ahead of him. in CS. Firo is the one who's lacking a little bit. He's the only core who's a bit behind, but we've kind of explained that one away with some of the rotations of the Spirit Breaker as well as this Quas Exort build from Miracle did get the early CS advantage over Jug.
And Mind Control finds some recovery as well. There's a stacked camp here that they're taking along with the Keeper of the Light, so that helps out because really Mind Control's blink timing is going to be very important, and he's getting really low to these noodles. Weak Fairy Flowers.
It'll be good. Heads on back to base with his bottle. It's not the norm. Pick up. A lot of people theory crafted that bottles are going to be picked up a lot more on 4 and 3 positions, but I can't say I've seen too many Slordar bottles here.
Yeah, where Shrine's not a thing, perhaps, which Shrines may be important now, is Rubik and Centaur venturing deep.
Nice ward placement there. Make sure they catch GH. We'll manage to get that 1 kill, but they are being charged. They're going to be punished for their aggression here. Let's see if one or both of them is going to be able to make it out alive. And one of them is
they line up.
Yapzor gets hit by the charge. Adam also, who Kuro was charging through, attempts the TP as the charge. Oh my god. He barely got out. I can't believe that. With a bug on him, I thought for sure he was going to die to the physical damage.
Yo, I'd be sweating. Adam is very happy he got out. He is level 5 on this Rubik, actually, which is exceptional. He's actually out-leveling his Centaur, and so these rotations, these smoke rotations, even though that one was kind of a trade, still working out in the benefit of Bears by quite a bit, because the whole time, Luna is free-farming unless she gets gone in on.
The Eclipse! She's definitely dead, and she won't be able to get the counter kill. They just bursted her down too quickly. Only got, like, I think 1 Eclipse beam out there, so... Kuro did manage to survive through that. Some early rotations from Weaver. I like this, especially since he got the 1v1, has the high levels of the Swarm. This ability is so toxic to deal with early on. Even high armor heroes like Luna just melt.
Yeah, here I was claiming that the Weaver was going to be playing more conservatively, and I mean, this one didn't even need a Sunstrike combination, but I mean, the best way to farm is by farming heroes. Who cares about the wave? Weaver is level 9 right now, so he is perfectly okay with leaving Lina alone for a little bit. This bot lane is getting kind of low. Darkseer is cutting the wave, and it's probably going to go down eventually. Who cares if Weaver's getting such a good start? Mid lane, Firo, oh no.
Firo, right-click down. He does not have the Omni. Nice Ghost Walk there. That was perfectly timed. It would have been even better if Omni Slash had been used, but still, Miracle managing to beat out Firo pretty handedly now in that 1v1 mid lane.
That was anime. That was definitely anime.
Miracle, all according to plan for him. We hit our 10-minute marker now. I do like that Matu. I think he had to get aggressive early because... you don't want to let Bears in a relaxed state get to their timing, which is going to be the mech onto the Darkseer. You got to start getting aggressive on them before
Rubik,
that.
Top lane.
Sunstrike coming in. Nails them. Miracle.
Sunstrike. At least GH might have some issues with Frev on the bot lane, though. Vacuum back. Wall used.
Frev's going to try and run him down here. GH can't really do much about that, so he's just...
surges up again.
Should be.
He's
don't get body
himself.
blocked by your own illusion. Oh, no. GH is too fast. Frev is not going to be able to get that kill. Centaur's coming over to try and help him out, but Mind Control with the Corrosive Haze and the Sunstrike coming in. It's close. Frev with the Surge out. He is not going to be able to get away. What? That was so much damage from that last hit from Mind Control. Nice pullback there. Adam gets the Telekinesis and the Stolen Crush on a Crow right in front of the tower, but the TPs are not going to be fast enough. So 7-4 now. Liquid taking an early lead.
Though I would, if I were Liquid, I'd be just fine with that because it was a Keeper of the Light for a solo farming Darkseer who's level 9. So yeah, I'd be just fine with that. Even though it did force out a lot of rotations, but I mean, Matumba Man does not need any help. He's bullying this Helm of the Dominator Fata Luna just by himself, and Luna does opt for an armor creep, so hopefully the Swarm will not be as irritating as it was before.
Yeah, that helps out a lot. Now has 19 armor. Even the Swarm is going to have a hard time cutting through that, while the rest of Bears are going to smoke up. The Helmadom creep will pull the creeps off the tier 1
this ward, did they?
This mid tower? No.
No. Sorry, this ward in the bottom
No,
lane.
I don't think so. No, I think they were far enough back that they didn't get scouted. But it might just be all this aggressive vision does at least say there's no heroes on the map. Like, we see Jug mid, we don't see Luna, we don't see the other 3 heroes. So you could see all Liquid are kind of playing back and defensively right now.
All of them are hanging around this mid lane, but Miracle has evacuated a long time ago, has completed that first item, Midas, and is going for the Aghanim's second item, as per the usual in this patch. We'll see if Mind Control might tank the gank mid, as Adam is eagerly waiting to Telekinesis and then Slithering Crush with his stolen spell.
This is a nice play. He's eating through the trees to get the surprise initiation. He may not have a Blink Dagger, but it may be of same effect. If Bears don't react fast enough, here comes the entrance. Gets the stun on the Fada immediately. Omni slash down. Firo's not able to finish him off, though. He goes a little bit deeper, but the sprint, he's already away. Now the bump back from Kuro, and Firo is stuck underneath that tower. Nice turnaround there with the vacuum wall, but that's unlikely to stop Liquid from getting aggressive. Oh, the turnaround. Nice Illuminate Blast with the tornado over the top on a 3. It halts the Stampede for a second, but Kuro still ends up dying there. They end up trading still. Kuro for Firo, well worth it in the end, again, for Liquid.
I like how Kuro basically like the equivalent of ripping his shirt off after he got hit by that wall. He just charges out of all the illusions, but unfortunately didn't get much nice, I guess, reactionary play by the Rubik to immediately lift up the Spear Breaker. And while all that did go down and the Juggernaut did die, the flip side is that Rubik has Shikuchi, which is going in on this Miracle, but man, Miracle's so tanky. This dude has 1600 HP right now at 14 minutes in the game. This is not an easy target to kill. I mean, even Omni slash Firo was barely able to just bring the Slardar down to critical levels, and that Slardar is not nearly as tanky as this Invoker.
Yeah, you can see, even if they did hit that host stop, I don't think an additional Darkseer Ion Shell is going to let them kill the this mid Invoker, especially with the high levels of Quas. He can even just regen back up to full. They really want to keep these outer towers alive. They do not want to let Bears get that snowball rolling. But we are going to have another entrance here from Adam with the Shikuchi. Spots out. He's going to be on top of Matu here. Does get away with the Shikuchi. That's going to be a wasted swarm as well. Good deny from Miracle.
These pushes are not working out. This Illuminate is level 3, level 4
Trying to get Matu, but they're not going to be fast enough. A little bit of mini stun. The Stampede comes out, but it's a bit too late. Adam maybe jumps in. Fada, he's too far forward. Now the Sunstrike's going to be able to finish him off. The last right click coming out from Matumba, man. Without that eclipse.
Charge cancel.
That charge, it stops Firo's spin TP out. He's absolutely going to be able to maybe get more. They get Firo. Looks like he was dancing with some of the backline heroes. It's going to be Fereb, who's caught the early Blink Dagger of Mind Control. Eliminates him 11-5. Liquid have indeed halted any progression when it comes to taking towers. They denied the mid lane tower, all their outer towers. The other ones are still up, and Liquid have resoundingly defeated Bears in team fight after team fight. They're even trying to sneak in Roshan now.
I don't know why Fada felt the need to show up to that fight on his Luna. This Luna is not, it's not farmed enough to show up to this fight. All it has is a Helm of the Dominator and an Ogre Club that's going into a Dragonlance. That's not nearly enough to go up against what Liquid has right now. Matumba Man has... actually, he's only sitting on the Dragonlance, but, I mean, just the hero himself is so high level that the Luna can't stand, so... Eclipse wasn't even used because he got lifted immediately, and then Cold Snap afterwards, and then it just all fell apart. I'm surprised that Bears wanted to take a fight after that tower got denied.
I forgot about this third item build. Weaver is going to have the Maelstrom. And I like that, actually, because it helps push out these waves quite a bit, and it gives you some magic damage to lay into the Luna, their high armor, so... so it looks like a large part of this. Bears may just have to wait until they have the Blink Dagger. Nice Tornado EMP combination. Firo actually just tanks it instead of using his Blade Dance, but they actually tank a Luminate as well. Sunstrike coming in, but they're all healed up by this healing ward. So Liquid, as much as they can defend towers, I don't think they can actually take tier 1s just yet.
It's only going to get harder for them, but they're banking on getting a pick-off. Right now, I guess only now has Matumba Man decided to go farm for the first time in 10 minutes. He's been just showing up to all the fights, which is the opposite of what Fada has been doing, so it's coming down to the game style that Liquid was trying to encourage. They have... I mean, it's not even the Spirit Breaker that's getting all these kills. It's all 5 heroes of Liquid are like, yeah, we see a fight opening, let's go take it. What the hell is Bears going to do right now? They don't have a Blink Dagger on their Centaur, but we have a Blink Dagger on our Slardar. How are they going to initiate? How are they going to counter-initiate?
Bears may have to take some time to farm up that item. The Blink there, the Dragonlance finished up on Fada. They need some extra stats, just because it seems like the damage is a bit too much from Liquid right now. But this poses another problem because they're also going to get split pushed out to hell. Not only are we going to have this Maelstrom pick up on the Weaver, we also have GH, who we didn't really talk about, but this recall ability is going to allow Miracle to push out certain waves and still be there when they need the 5-man at the right times. Liquid are trying to surprise Bears right now with the 4-man smoke up the top lane after showing Miracle bottom, but Bears are not taking the bait.
Yeah, why bother split pushing if you can just end all 5 of your heroes? They're smoked up, but Liquid's not going to find anything with this smoke, but they should be able to just push this tower basically uncontested, because I don't really know, like, Bears is not in position to rotate now, and they can use a glyph if they want, but I don't really think they're going to go for the defense. They're just going to stall as they take a tier 1 bot in return.
This is a very stark contrast. Look at the Miracles build. He has the 30% experience gain as opposed to the extra Forge Spirit to push, despite having an Exort build. Whereas we saw Firo actually not leveling talents at all and just trying to get the maxed out orbs. I've actually talked to, I've got a friend, Modip, who plays in NA, he plays a lot of Invoker. He said the 30% experience is actually a pretty big buff. If you're talking about levels, you can get your level 20 by the time you would normally be 18, 19 area, and you get your 25 by the time you would be level 20, 21. So it is a significant timing difference, and you're able to get to those, especially that last talent, a lot faster if you choose this 15 route.
Yeah, I've really never understood why so many Invokers have been skipping talents recently, because if you get a Midas, the Midas gets boosted by the experience gain talent. So if you want to level up all your orbs, I don't know why you'd skip out on spending 2 skill points on 2 talents. I mean, it's not the level 10 talent, but I mean, whatever, it's no big deal. Kuro charging bot, though.
Doesn't actually manage to snag anybody there. Bears will retreat pretty freely. They've lost a lot of their outer towers now because Liquid are just gotten so big, but I think Bears, just like we've talked about before, they seem to have a pretty good read on timings and such. They missed their first timing, and they know that too. So they can't fight Liquid. They're not trying to. They're trying to reach some of their mid-game items and go again with their 5-man later on into the game.
Yeah, and I mean, they're not hitting their timings in terms of objectives because, like we said, early push would be great for Bears, the way that their team is developed. And I mean, they have a mech completed on Darkseer, but the time for, oh man, charge up on Firo, he has no protection.
Yeah, it really doesn't. What is he going to do? Try and spin? He doesn't even have the TP up. They have Kuro's ultimate as well.
No.
The bump back. Oh, okay, that's a little unfortunate, but it doesn't matter. The physical damage is easily going to be able to deal with that one. Miracle does get caught in bottom lane, though. If they can kill him again, it's going to be a little difficult with the tornado, but they might just be able to do it. He throws out the tornado immediately, but they get the telekinesis off first with the eclipse over the top. They do manage to kill him. So Bears are very happily going to make that exchange. They took an Aegis and a very high experience and high net worth hero down in return.
It was split amongst 5 dire heroes, so not as big of a boost as it would have been if it was just one pickoff. Oh man, GH, you need to be careful here.
Trying to push out aggressively, but is going to be caught.
Oh, that was a stolen Sunstrike.
Yeah, I was like, wait, Miracle's dead. What the hell? Adam stole
I mean, I know
Sunstrike
he's
earlier.
good, but he's not that good.
Sunstrike from the dead.
Alright, well, they're getting some pickoffs, and like you said, it's on high experience targets. This Keeper of the Light is getting really close to his ag, or at least he was. I think he's about like 2,000 gold away, but he's been getting a lot of levels as well. And so all these pickoffs are very important because unfortunately, it's not Juggernaut participating in them, but Luna is still a very important core, and she's working on a Manta style right now, which means that we haven't seen the extent of Bear's pushing power yet, but it is substantial.
I do feel like we see the best of Bears when they're behind. It just seems to be this repetitive thing where they do know how to play when they're dramatically behind. They've lost the early game. Of course, you would rather not lose the early game in the first place, but it's kind of almost like the opposite of Cloud9, who were known for taking early game advantages with their 5-man and then stalling out. Bears seem to know how to take disadvantages, play conservatively, find the right kind of pickoffs to turn the game back into their favor again.
Yeah, I think one of the most impressive thing about Bears is that they always they're very adaptive. Like, depending on how the game is going, not only in terms of play style, but the way that they'll itemize, it's all up for grabs. They don't walk into a game being like, this is the way it's going to go, and we're going to keep bashing our head against the wall until it finally works out. Tornado.
Miracle. Oh, vacuum back with the Stampede. They don't have counter vision. No, Bears. You've missed out on a huge kill. They could have gotten Miracle again. They're not going to find him. Oh, they drop a ward. Adam's going to be bumped back by the Crow ultimate, and that will be his death. Actually does hit the Sunstrike, so Crow's a little bit low. As Yearn, though. Miracle's trying to catch more with the Tornado. Bears do manage to dodge it and sit back. So as much as Bears, we praise them, hey, they know how to play conservatively. They do realize some of these timings and such. Let's not forget that Liquid are very far ahead. Just because they got a pick off and took away an Aegis does not mean they're anywhere close to being able to attain control of this game again. And Liquid also know how to adapt, right? They know, okay, this team's playing conservatively and stuff, and they will occasionally push out for these picks. Let's go ahead and 5-man a bit more and secure our 10,000 gold lead and 10,000 experience. If Bears want to try and take that away from us, they're going to have to meet us 5v5.
And now maybe Liquid's a little bit more scared. Yapzor has completed his Blink Dagger on Centaur, and so what was the original issue of a severe lack of initiation on Bears' part has been somewhat mitigated. They would have really liked to use that on the Invoker kill top after Rubik found out, but unfortunately Stampede was used earlier, and just a Blink Dagger will not be enough to bring a Centaur into position. But I mean, he's working on his Ag next item, and that's going to be the real important item, assuming that Centaur is allowed to finish it.
Yeah, we'll see if he can, though. That item build that we talked about on Forev, he does go for just that. The mech arcane boots doesn't finish off the Greaves, probably because they were behind and they needed that Blink Dagger.
Right.
But they do reach that Blink Dagger timing around the same. And they do have this opportunity. They do have some potential for really good team fight initiation if they can get the right Vacuum Stomp turned into the Eclipse. That can just straight up, those three abilities can win them the fight and get them multiple kills. But it doesn't seem like Liquid is giving them any, at least too much quarter for those opportunities. They're actually just split pushing right now, staying relatively grouped up, but pushing out the lanes that Bears are not in. Does mean Bears will get a tier 1 tower, traded for the tier 1 at bottom lane.
Yeah, see, even Invoker or Keeper, they're not confident in going for counter pushes anymore. At least Keeper won't be until he gets his Ag completed, which should be coming now. So he has his Ag now. So now he's just fine. Now he is perfectly okay with going for pushes, which I hope they defend this top tier 2 instead of trading, because I think a trade is in Bears' favor, not Liquid's favor. But actually, Bears back off.
Yeah, maybe not feeling comfortable with potentially Liquid fighting them at that tier 2. I don't think they had a whole lot of vision of what Liquid were up to, just the Weaver pushing bottom. They see him now, thanks to this ward, as Liquid do start getting a little bit closer to Matu, but I think they're a little bit scared of like maybe a smoke wraparound or something with Weaver TPing in, because there is still that shrine behind them if they push for tier 2. And that'd be a very dangerous fighting style, right? Liquid, especially with the Weaver, want to be able to make more chaotic team fights, while Bears need the clumped up, very uniform, hey, there's 3 heroes grouped up here, we hit the vacuum and hoof stomp.
Oh, GH recalling in Miracle. They have a bunch of vision. And Bears has no vision, but they know that there's a lot to be scared of.
Yeah, they don't seem to feel comfortable. I don't know. They do have a smoke, but
oh man, I don't think they should go for this.
I don't think so either, but they're going to try for it. They start streaming forward. They have the surge out. Attempted vacuum on the side. He had the right idea, but he didn't know exactly where Miracle was. They try and hit the stomp. They do hit it onto Miracle, but he does have that fresh up. Lincoln blocks a lot of the damage. Matumba Man's tearing Adam apart, and Mind Control's 1v1ing for Red pretty easily. It's all up to Firo now to try and get as much damage onto Miracle, but they can't do it. They're stuck inside the trees. Firo's going to have to TP out. Cold Snap stops him. He's done for. And Fada, he's left against 5 heroes all by himself. Fada has no chance in hell of getting out of here. A big fight for a big fight for Liquid as they take on all 5 man of Bears on a tier 2, which means they can go straight for the high ground push.
Okay, let's go inside the mind of a bear. You have a pretty underfarmed Juggernaut, basically leading a smoke that he wasn't even smoked under. The tower is already dead, so you don't even have tower damage to help you out. I guess Eclipse can somewhat mitigate the Ag Coddle, but not really. The Centaur didn't get a good blink. What was the best case scenario for Bears?
I think they're just desperate. I think they knew, they at least had the right idea that there were heroes aside here, and they're hoping they would just get the right kind of vacuum stomp, turn the fight. The telekinesis not going to do a whole lot there. Firo tries to get the Omni Slash, but now going to be countered. He's done for. Melee racks also going to fall here. Liquid have taken 2 lanes of racks by 27.5 minutes.
It's daytime. Even if you're this desperate, you can't be just, like, foolish about it. And, I mean, I've never seen Deafening Blast take off that much damage from a Juggernaut, just the spell itself. But Miracle is level 22 with this experience gain thing. It's gone for, like, a pure aggression build, aside from the Lincolns, but the Blink Dagger BOTs, he's not concerned about stats, he's just concerned about making room for Matumba Man. And the other thing about that tier 2 bot is that they knew that Matumba Man had a freshly completed BKB as well, so even if they do manage to get initiation, they have to deal with a time lapse and a BKB. So I don't know why they just didn't hold that for high ground, but I guess I can't keep harping on it as Roche goes down.
That'll be an Aegis for Matumba Man, who's got the completed Mjolnir alongside that BKB. Fishing Sunstrikes, not sure where it landed, but Adam does have the Shikuchi potential for initiation. Matumba Man's actually almost entirely out of mana, has enough for a time lapse. Nice vacuum wall combination, though. That's going to be big with the hoof stomp. They're going to be able to take out 2 almost immediately. Maybe Bears can actually win this fight. Matumba Man without mana and without a time lapse.
He has BKB, though.
He does have BKB for this next engagement, so they might just be able to fight this out if Miracle hits the right kind of combinations. First Tornado and EMP is not too much of a hit, but it will separate Firo enough for them to be able to right-click him down. Fada pursues out for GH, does pun and Manta off that one. Oh, nice stun on the Matumba Man. Maybe he can finish him off. They need a little bit more, but he gets away. Fada, he does man up against GH God, but Miracle is too much for him to handle. They do pick up, thanks to the Bouncing Glaives, the kill on GH, but the other kill that they really wanted, Matu, he does manage to get away.
Man, that is super impressive. I thought that Bears was basically just like, whatever, man, let's just get this game over with. Let's take a fight outside of our towers. But, I mean, it makes sense. If you fight at your high ground, you're basically saying, like, yeah, we're going to lose the game. We're just stalling. Miracle finds the Centaur, but Centaur blinks out. So I am surprised that Liquid was not able to withstand that. I mean, really the first casualties were the Slardar Spiritbreaker. They were caught out of position, got vacuum walled, and then just got blown up. But taking down the Aegis, taking out another BKB charge of the Weaver, I mean, this is important stuff. I don't think it'll be enough, but every little bit helps.
Invoker rapidly closing in on that level 25. Make it that last stretch. Has the Octarine Core as well, so the damage is coming out over and over again. I'm still I'm Octarine Core with the Tornado reduction, that buff that it received. It's super low. Maybe he'll go for it here. Burns out Yapsor. All of his mana is gone. Going to be charged up by Kuro. Has the ultimate ready to go. Nice vacuum interception there, but it's not going to be enough to save Yapsor, unfortunately. They need that progression into the Aghanim Scepter if Bears hope to make a desperate comeback here, but it just seems to never happen. Liquid are closing in on taking that last Rax.
1 step forward, 2 steps back. Thankfully, they get a leak onto Fada, but he purges it off. Yeah, I mean, like, Fada has not been able to participate in a majority of this game. He got that Eclipse off to finish off the Slardar and the Spiritbreaker after that vac wall, but that was just 2 targets, and it wasn't any of the cores. And even if it was a core, Matumba Man has still an 8-second BKB, which he might just use now.
Telekinesis, but they needed more follow-up, more stunts to be able to come out. BKBs all around from Liquid, so they just ignoring all this Eclipse. Fada is left with just physical damage, and that'll never be enough. So Liquid are able to take game number 1 against Bears pretty handedly, too. I have to say, the Weaver, Slardar did manage, like Weaver especially, getting aggressive early, did a lot for them. I think that Bears just... And it was that mid lane defense. I think that actually just broke Bears in many ways. It just started them off in such a bad way. And around that 15-minute mark, when they tried to push into that mid-tier 1 tower and were not able to finish it off, I think part of that is just a decent laning phase showing from Liquid that turns into a strong defense.